Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under that deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to that church.
Amen.
Sorry.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, we wish to welcome you to today's sitting. Honorable members, the annual general meeting of the pension scheme, where you all belong, will be held on Friday, 25th. Please endeavor to attend so that you participate and appreciate how your money is being looked after. So please attend the annual general meeting on that day for 11th Parliament. Honorable members, we have, as individuals, received a request from Education Policy Review Commission to provide our views in the ongoing education review process. In order to generate the parliamentary consensus, I am appointing our Committee of Education as a focal point to coordinate all members of parliament to give in their views on how we feel the Education Review Commission should operate, how our views should be incorporated into the commission. You are therefore urged to submit your suggestions, your amendments to the Committee of Education, who later on compile all the submissions and present to the commission before 8th March. So your input is highly required in this commission. Today we shall be paying tribute to the late Honorable Arinda, and his family will join us on Zoom. Let us pay a befitting tribute in a non-partisan manner to this fallen gallant son of Uganda. I want to thank you again, and thank you for coming for this session. Matters of national importance? Yes, you have a matter? Members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have the friends and family members of late Honorable Gordon Arinda Kakuma. They've come to witness the proceedings. We have Kakuma Dennis, Atuhaire Olivia, Katusime Olivia, you're welcome. Asimwe Charles, welcome. Enid Tugume, welcome. Mugisha Julius, you're welcome. Adeline Atuhaire, welcome. Dickens Musasire, Ainomojuni Fiona, welcome. Mugara Dan, Hope Mugura, Chomuhendo Barbara, Mulangira Francis, Deo Nakutunda, and Hope Bia Bagambi. You're most welcome, and thank you for coming to Parliament of Uganda. This is your house, your parliament, and feel free whenever you're here. We promise to take parliament to the people and bring people to the Parliament of Uganda. You're welcome. Yes, Honorable Mapendusi.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to raise this matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise up under Rule 59(1)(b) and M of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. I rise on a point of privilege, which is of utmost importance and urgency to this Honorable House. Right Honorable Speaker, last week, the nation woke up to a rant by a member of this House, a commissioner of Parliament, the Honorable Zake Francis, through his non-social media handles, wherein he insulted the integrity of this House, and above all, the integrity of the office of the Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, he wrote, and I want to quote, and this is exactly how he put it. The fact that my body has severely encountered torture from security operatives, it is on record of court that indeed I was tortured. To my consternation, the Deputy controverted the finding of High Court in suit number 85 of 2020 that I was tortured most level of recklessness, that though tortured, I won the medal for Uganda in the East African Parliamentary Games. And he continued. The utter buncombe emanating from our dishonest lips was only intended to mock and break me down. This is idiocy. Parliament deserves better. How can a person of our caliber lack intellectual prowess to appreciate the fact that healing is a natural phenomenon? The loose cannon in her could not contemplate the duty that our office owes members and the country at large. Disturbingly, she ejaculated while presiding over a session to condemn torture. How hypocritical, shame upon you. This is exactly the statement he uttered on his social media handle. Right, Honorable Speaker, in compliance with this, based on the requirement of this House, I beg to lay the print out of what the Honorable Member wrote.
Please lay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, all of us may have our own emotions and issues to deal with, but there are avenues in our rules of procedure through which anything done by the presiding officer in the House can be challenged. The member never exercised any of the remedies provided for in the rules, but chose to go to social media. The conduct of the member not only denigrated the integrity of Parliament in the eyes of the citizens of Uganda, but was also a breach of Rule 84 and 85 and Paragraph 5 of the Code of Conduct embedded in Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. In my view, Right Honorable Speaker, this amounted to gross misconduct and misbehavior on the part of the Honorable Member, for which I intend to move a motion under Section 5 of the Administration of Parliament Act for his removal from the Office of Commission of Parliament. I will also be moving to this House at an appropriate time under Rule 16 to suspend Rule 56 and Rule 110 of the Rules of Procedure. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mapenduse. Thank you. Jonathan, you have something to say?
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues present here. Right, Honorable Speaker, any attack on the office of the Speaker is an attack in the institution of Parliament. Therefore, what the colleague said on the social media was in bad faith and intended to demean the office of the Speaker and the institution of Parliament of Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, it raised confidence and trust in this Parliament. In fact, the intention was to damage, lower the character and the status of the Speaker of Parliament and the reputation of this Parliament. It is our obligation, Madam Speaker, to defend this Parliament from any attack, like now it has been attacked. I think, Madam Speaker, we are going to move also at a certain point. We need to enact a law in this country to check cyberbullying, cyber harassment, cyber blackmail, cyber intimidation, a number of people. The other day I was very disturbed when somebody put on social media, putting the picture of the president of Uganda lying dead. After that, another picture was put of the Speaker of Parliament dead. We should be praying for our leaders. Even if they're sick, like now, Honorable Jacob is sick, we need to pray for them, but not to demean them not to demean this institution. Right Honorable Speaker, the misconduct of the honorable member obviously offends Rule 110B and C. And therefore, I rise up to share my thoughts and feelings with my honorable colleague and members of parliament. This needs a bipartisan debate. This is not about opposition and NRM. This is about how are we going to defend the institution of the Parliament of Uganda. I am myself a member of Parliament on the independent ticket, but if we are going to discuss the issues concerning this Parliament and the country, we must put our parties aside and have a bipartisan debate. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you,
Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Gwalo. Yes.
Madam Speaker, this is one of the highest officers on the land of the Republic of Uganda. And whoever sits in this house is a honorable member. And a honorable member is called upon by the rules to have a honorable walk and talk and character. This is not the beginning that many times this house has been abused by its owners. The message and the matter of national importance that have been read by my brother, Honorable Panduzi, makes me cry. Makes me cry tears that make me fear to go and address my people and they give me a title of a honorable member. I want to agree with my brother from the city of Tesoland that a law must be brought to put some members in sanity. I keep asking myself whether some members are honorable by accident, because you cannot utter such statements on social media, which reaches every corner of the earth, every corner of the world. That is defaming yourself, because when you abuse the authority of parliament and authority of the speaker of the parliament that you sit in, you are like somebody setting fire on your own house that you are in. I therefore want to condemn this highly and call upon colleagues that in this generation, we who are senior citizens in this house, we present. Sometimes I keep telling colleagues that when a honorable member from Uganda meets a honorable member from the House of Commons, since we have a background of Commonwealth, he would run away the way we do our things. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to agree with my colleagues that this is unfair, this is uncalled for, this makes the temple of legislation of this country, who are the senior citizens of Uganda, and as the symbol says that leaders, we must lead by example to make our people belittle us. A member has answers to answer to this August House for that note that he treated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Pair. Annette. Pair Annette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support or to add my voice on my brothers, the honorables who have spoken. It has also been noticed, Madam Speaker, that it is the honorable members sometimes who are using the public. Somebody can hide his identity and he uses either your voter or somebody belonging to a different district to humiliate and denature someone's reputation and target in all kinds of ways because he is not touched anywhere, because he has people to protect. Madam Speaker, I'm here to stand because I've been a victim that if it means we are the lawmakers, if it means let us set up a bylaw or a law so that people can really be implicated and people should stop abusing the rights that have been given to use the internet and the Facebook and the Twitter, name it. Thank you, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Pair. And I think on that note, I will amend the order paper and allow Honorable Mehdi to bring a notice for his motion. Yes, Honorable Pair.
Thank you very much. I had not noticed that. I want to join my colleagues in sharing my views on this matter. Madam Speaker, and reread it again. And I noted one issue of gender stereotypes in this country, which is often overgeneralized, characterized, and it is attributed mostly to our gender. Madam Speaker, if you read those words such as dishonest lips, idiocy, deserves better, she ejaculated, honorable member, are the common emotional and psychological violence against women in this country. I doubt if the person who was sitting on that chair was a man, this honorable member would have made such statements. Honorable colleagues, I urge you to view this issue with a gender lens and support any motion that is going to come, because this is an attack on a woman. And any attack on one woman, it is an attack on all of us, the women of this country. Madam Speaker, I am even glad that it has come out from a man. And in this honorable house, our women out there suffer these psychological and emotional utterances every day. And on that note, honorable colleagues, this should be a wake-up call to those who use gender-based violence against women in all forms, that as leaders, we are up to say enough is enough. If you don't have guts to face somebody in a professional way, then face the law. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, one of the key functions of the Parliament, of the Commission of Parliament, is to exercise discipline, control over persons holding public office. This honorable member holds a very high public office of this house. In fact, he's my immediate boss. And I felt so frustrated. I felt so bad, one as a mother and as a woman representing women in my district, that if you are the one supposed to enforce discipline and you utter such words to the public, then I feel that as a house, we need to walk the talk and we enforce the law that protects our gender or women in this country. And so I really want to add my voice to our colleagues that this kind of statements came from our own, from our leader, and I think we really need to build back the confidence of people to this house, but also as an institution, but as members of parliament. As our colleagues just said, people are now hiding themselves under social media. And they even want to assume that we are novelists, we are authors, and they abuse
Information,
everybody.
Madam Speaker. Information. Thank you so much. Honorable, Madam Speaker, I wanted to inform my honorable colleague that this is not really a gender issue, because we've seen somebody abusing the commander of land forces in a similar manner. So I would like us to stick to the misconduct and educate society, but not drop it down to Lieutenant General Muhoozi in a similar manner. And it had nothing to do with the gender of the person they're abusing. Let's deal with the misconduct and the misbehavior of our society, not
Thank you.
the gender issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me inform the informer that actually my basis of bringing a gender stereotype is based on the language that was stated there. And the languages actually attributes to the gender differences. That's why I made a statement. If it was a man, it wouldn't have been said in that manner. I thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Can I hear from the Commissioner? Commissioner?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
That
what we are hearing today comes from one of us who is a commissioner of parliament. I want to say that it is not a stand of the parliamentary commission, but it is an issue of discipline amongst individuals. Indiscipline amongst the individuals. And I am here to request the House that let us look at people as individuals and let us rely on the wisdom of this House to move forward in terms of similar situations. Right, Honorable Speaker, this House has the mandate to enact laws that will help us henceforth. I stand here to disassociate myself from the thoughts of my colleague and say that we shall rely on the wisdom of the House to move henceforth. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for your concern. Because of the congested order paper, I have always said there are things that don't bog me down. I will chair the House and we will move on. Honorable Mapendusi Ojara raises a very pertinent issue, very pertinent. I note that the member's complaint is based on alleged abuse of privileges by a member of this honorable House. The breach of privilege touches the office of the Speaker of this House, and as you know, by provision of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, we have two presiding officers in this House. The Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Olanya, as you are aware and have communicated, is in this post and cannot be here to preside over the House. I should have stepped aside and he presides on matters that concern me. The conduct in this issue touches my own personality as an individual and as a presiding officer of this House and members of parliament of this House, because the debate was in this House, not in a bar. It was in the House, and the attack is on me and the House. The law, by law, I am permitted to defend myself against any charge levied against me. Our Constitution dictates a fair hearing for every citizen before a decision is taken. As we continue with the other processes, and I'm saying as we continue with the other processes, because I also belong to a family. As we continue with other processes, I will therefore guide the complainant of that this matter is going to be referred to the rules and privileges and discipline under Rule 175 of Rules of Procedure. And a committee of rules must report back to this House within 2 weeks. We want this report back in the House within 2 weeks. We want an action. As the government chief whip, you can whip us, I'm also under you. I want to thank you so much for your concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. And Right Honorable Speaker, on our side, we are really shocked when we saw such a word is being written about number 5 in the hierarchy of government. A position, maybe some of you have never tried to attain it. You don't know the pain of getting it. Me, I've ever tried. Right, Honorable Speaker, that's a position we should protect jealously And colleagues, this is not about an individual to say, Honorable Zake, Honorable, no. We love our colleague, Honorable Zake, but we love our institution of, because the day our leaders are brought into dust, the day this institution is abused and no action is taken by us who belong to it, then we are finished as members. We shall be looked at as finished people. So, Honorable colleague, we shall go by the guidance of the speaker, but the time that motion is brought, we shall take the necessary action and the discipline will be meted out on whoever attacks any institutional office in this country, not only the office of the presiding officer here, but also other offices in government, people who are belittling from the president to the prime minister, to the vice president, to who, this, to even LC1 chairman, who gives us a stamp to move. So, Right Honorable Speaker, count on us. We shall protect that office with all the might we have as a party. I
Thank you, thank you. And as said, it is a non-partisan issue. It's about the image of Parliament. But the government chief whip is here with our whip and my whip too. Thank you. And I amended the order paper on the motion of Medi Circle.
Motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Computer Misuse Amendment Bill.
Honorable members, the member is just seeking leave.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been on notice since the last Parliament to move a motion seeking leave of this House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Computer Misuse Amendment Bill. Honorable members, my motion is moved under Rule 56, Rules 121, and Rule 122 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda empowers Parliament to make any laws on any matter for peace, order, development, and good governance, and Constitution and Rule 121, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure permit a member of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill, aware that Article 27(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda protects and preserves the right of privacy by prohibiting the interference with privacy of a person's correspondences or communication, amongst others, noting that while Article 41 of the Constitution provides for the right to access to information, it, however, prohibits the release of information that is likely to interfere with the right to privacy of any person. Further noting that under Article 43 of the Constitution, that in enjoyment of your rights and freedoms, no person should prejudice the fundamental or human rights and freedoms of other persons in public interest. Appreciating that over time, the advancement in technology and especially computer has improved communication through the introduction of electronic devices and various social media platforms or sites which enable users to create or to participate in social networking, irrespective of geographical boundaries and distances that separate them. Concerned that despite the benefits of the computer-generated technology, the technology has grossly been abused, leading to the deprivation of the right to privacy through willfully generating, sending, and sharing negative, false, malicious, hateful, unwarranted pictures, videos, and insults onto people and societies through hate speech or even threatening information. Further concerned that the abuse of technology has regrettably stretched to the vulnerable, who are the children, where information about children, their pictures, their voices, and their videos are shared casually on social media platforms or sites without the consent of their parents or guardians. Realizing that the abuse of technology and the medium through which it is used has negatively impacted on the children and on individuals on whom it's misused and relates or is targeted through emotional, psychological, and sometimes leading to loss of family, jobs, and respect in society. Recognizing that despite the existence of laws regulating misuse of computers, the interception of communication and protection of data, the laws do not specifically address regulation of information sharing on social media platforms, information relating to underage persons, and penalties prescribed under the law being inadequate to deter the device. Honorable members, cognizant of the existing legislation with stringent measures to address the gaps, the technological abuse with its grave impact on health, human relations, and society at large will continue to escalate the violation of the right to privacy. Honorable colleagues, convinced that the amendment of the Computer Misuse Act is requisite to require every person, especially a public officer or a leader, to be more responsible and circumspect in creating, distributing, sharing any type of information for the public consumption, while at the same time enjoying their right to freedom of speech. Now, therefore, honorable members, be it be resolved by this parliament that you, the honorable members and the August House, grant me leave to introduce a private members bill entitled the Computer Amendment, the Computer Misuse Amendment Bill, a draft of which is attached here too, and do order the publication of the said bill in preparation for its first reading. I beg to move, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Sereko. Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Honorable Moma, Honorable Macho, the whole House. Including the Minister of Biga, Minister Daudi, Minister Lands, Minister Tourism. Thank you so much. Thank you. Would you like briefly speak about your motion?
I'm overwhelmed, honorable members, from all walks of life and from different constituencies, that you've stood out to be leaders to be counted on by society. I'm someone who has a huge interest and passion in technology, and I've stated this on the floor of Parliament. I believe technology will help transform our nation, and I know that the Vision 2040 is premised on 4 principles, with ICT being one of them. But I'm also aware that if the cyberspace is not well regulated, we might end up going down the drain and losing an entire generation. Leaders, as we are, we must stand up to do it now,
or never. The responsibility is with you. I have no doubt, Right Honorable Speaker, that the powers to legislate are embedded in this House. If this vice has not walked onto your door, it is just a call away. It is not for only political actors or leaders. It stretches to business. I know of a certain gentleman who called out and said, "You're doing something amazing." Someone went out and said that I sell human flesh in my restaurant. I had invested over 50 million. Today I don't have it. You might take it as a joke, but it is far-reaching. Countries that are not Uganda have moved out tough on it. It is true, you're free to generate any information that you have, provided you're factual. True, you're not malicious. 3, it's aimed at development and changing society. That is acceptable. We can disagree and agree to disagree without necessarily attacking and insulting the persons of others, their families. I know that very many people are suffering privately within their homes through blackmail. This extends to protect many people, that when we hold private conversations, if you want to record me, you must inform me that you're recording me. And this law envisages this, that if you want to record my conversation, you must be authorized by the courts of law. And if you do it, then that is fine. If you share information that I have had with you without my authority, for example, use my pictures, my videos, or my content for your own benefit, and to my disrepute, then you must pay a price. I don't know whether some of you, Right Honorable Speaker, have heard about YouTube. On YouTube, when you generate content and a video, depending on the number of views, you're paid. Therefore, some people have made it a business to generate content that is malicious about others, that is malicious about children, circulate it on social media platforms for payment. Depending on the number of views that you attain, that's how much money you're paid. So do not think that some people just do it to earn a living. So they destroy people in society, cultural leaders, religious leaders, even businesses, to mention but a few. In America one time, there is a young gentleman that stated that he was down with mental depression. And the other guy told him the best way to save yourself is to commit suicide. It was adjudged as murder. Anyway, Right Honorable Speaker, time will come when I'll speak about the entire bill. I would like to state that tomorrow would be too late. Today is not very early. Let us take up the mantle as leaders to see that we regulate, not to take away the right and the freedom of speech of people. That one we shall not take away. But with your freedom of speech, you do not have freedom to harass others. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. Members, you will speak to the motion when it comes to, when the report is ready. I know it has been seconded by the whole House. I am supposed to go back to Bushenyi. So I'll do request that I put a question that Honorable Nsereko be granted leave to introduce a private member's bill titled the Computer Misuse Amendment Bill 2022. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. I direct the office of the clerk to work closely with the member and have this bill drafted. Thank you. Next.
Item 4, motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Alinda for his dedicated service to the nation.
Honorable members, the Honorable late Gordon Arinda represented the people of Ishaka Bushenyi in the 10th Parliament and was duly elected to represent the people of Ishaka. He was a very chivalrous person. He gave very distinguished service to his people, and he was a member of the historicals. Those who know what they call historicals. Honorable Arinda was a member of the historicals, and as historicals, we dearly miss him. He was a very nice person. He worked with us. I don't even think that Honorable Arinda had an enemy in this parliament. I now call, we are going to limit the debate to 30 minutes. The members have been introduced. Right Honorable Speaker, Prime Minister, but the family, thank you so much for coming.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I move under Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure, bring a motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to our brother, the late Honorable Gordon Arinda Kakuma, for his dedicated service to this nation. Whereas Parliament of Uganda received with deep sorrow the sad news, the demise of our brother, the late Gordon Arinda Kakuma, the Member of Parliament for Bushenyi Ishaka Municipality in the 10th Parliament, which occurred on Saturday, 9th January 2022. Whereas that Honorable Gordon Arinda Kakuma had a distinguished career serving in various capacities in the local government before joining the 10th Parliament in 2016. Recognizing that Honorable Gordon Arinda served the nation in different positions in the local government, including a town clerk for Kashenshero Town Council in Bushenyi District from the year 2010-2015, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer, Bushenyi District from the year 2008 to 2010, a clerk to council, Bushenyi District Local Government from the year 2002 to 2008, Committee of Clerk Bushenyi District Local Government from 1999 to 2002. Recognizing that Honorable Kakuma was an active and diligent member and made tremendous contribution to the Committee of Health, PAC, that is Local Government Accounts Committee, PAC Central Government, and Foreign Affairs of the 10th Parliament. Appreciating that Arinda Gordon Kakuma was a diligent and dedicated leader who immensely contributed to the development of this nation through his dedicated service to the people and the 10th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, now therefore be it resolved that Parliament of Uganda collectively conveys its deep condolence to the bereaved family, relatives, friends, Parliament, and the people of Uganda for the loss of a distinguished and gallant citizen, and takes cognizance of the exemplary and dedicated service that Honorable Gordon Arinda Kakuma, some of us used to call him Cowboy, rendered to the local government, Parliament of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. And lead of government business is the motion seconded. The motion is seconded. The motion is seconded by the Secretary General of DIP, Honorable Okello Geoffrey, Honorable Nsereko, Honorable the Youth, Western Region, Macho, Chemutai, Caro, Dubai, Tom, Fadil, Minister Daudi, local government, Honorable Biga, Justice, Gender, by the whole house. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the motion. Would you love to speak to your motion?
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, below is the justification. Of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Alinda Gordon Kakuma Cowboy, the former member of Parliament for Bushenyi Shaka municipality in the 10th Parliament. On 9th January 2022, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the country received the sad news of the death of Honorable Alinda Gordon Cowboy. He succumbed to COVID-19 from Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Honorable Alinda was born on 21st May 1968. He studied at Muntuyera High School, Kitunga for ordinary and advanced level. He obtained a Bachelor's of Arts and postgraduate diploma in education from Makerere University. He pursued various professional courses in governance, democratization, public policy, and administrative law. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Honorable Alinda worked in various institutions. Most notable are Research and Community Development Officer, Goal Project from 1996 to 1998. He was a clerk to council, Bushenyi District, from the year 2004 to 2008. He part-timed as a lecturer, Kampala International University, Western Campus, from 2006 to 2009. He served as the Assistant Chief Administrative Officer, Bushenyi District, from 2008 to 2010. He worked as a clerk of Kashenshero Town Council, Mitoma District, from 2010 to 2015. Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware he served as a member of Parliament for Bushenyi Ishaka municipality from the year 2016-2020. He served as a member of the Committee of Education in the 10th Parliament. At the time of his death, Honorable Alinda was the proprietor of Deacon Hotel and Lodge in Bushenyi Town Council. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Honorable Alinda lived a full life as a progressive man who served his country diligently. We extend our sincere sympathies and condolences to the family, relatives, and the country at large. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you so much.
Amen. Thank you, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Okello Geoffrey Charles. the member of parliament representing people of Nuaya East. I rise to second the motion to pay for resolution of parliament to pay tribute to Honorable Arinda for the dedicated service to this house and the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I am a new member of parliament, beginning with the 11th parliament. But the fact that I rise to second this motion means I have recognized the trail left behind by Honorable Arinda. It should also be noted that Honorable Arinda was cooperative. He was progressive, and he was admired by his colleagues, and now us in the 11th parliament. This can be drawn from the sadness that his demise brought to the house. Can be drawn also from the responses that members of parliament, both current and before, responded to the sad news. Right Honorable Speaker, arising from the presentation of the Honorable Arinda served at different levels. He did not jump the queue. He started as a community worker with civil society organization, something that made meaning to everyone in the villages he served. He also served the local government. He then served central government by rising through those steps, and we appreciate. Let me join also the rest of us to condole with the family, with the friends, with fellow colleagues, and all those he served in different ways and capacities. May his soul also rest in peace.
Thank you.
I'm back to move.
Members, let's use 2 minutes. We have a bill. Independent, we have Honorable Medi in Sereko.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief to give way for other members to talk about Honorable Arinda. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2016, this parliament welcomed a gallant man from the Greater Bushenyi, known as the late Honorable Arinda, whom we all called Cowboy. He was very jovial and quite participative. He was very humble and quite unifying. Even when this house met a very testing situation of the divide of Tojikwatako, Arinda remained smiling. I remember, Honorable Majors, don't laugh at this matter. Because you remember, and respectfully, Honorable Arinda came and told me in vernacular that, why are you fighting with the foregone thing? Then I told him, it's our role to represent our people. He said, indeed, you represent them, but mine have said we must touch. Me, I told him mine did not say we must touch. So he said, be honest with your people, and I'll be honest with mine. That's how joking he was and respectful. So we'll remember him as a gentleman. A gentleman, even when you disagreed, you remained smiling. He was a unifier, and at his send-off, we saw all members of parliament attending. Please, all of you that went there, we thank you. Thank you very much. You stood in on behalf of parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you The government, thank you for not having forgotten Arinda. Your contribution was worthwhile. So thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, on behalf of government, of the people of Kampala, where he had various businesses, would like to say that he'll be missed, but remain one family for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Before I open the debate, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Budiope East County, Buyende District, represented by Honorable Nakato, Mary Annette, and Engineer Magogo Moses. Where you stand up, you're most welcome. This is Parliament of Uganda. Enjoy while you're here. Thank you for coming. Honorable Annette, the woman member of Parliament.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion that has been moved by Right Honorable Prime Minister to pay tribute to our dear colleague, the late Honorable Alinda Godoni Kakumba Cowboy. My name is Katsime Annette Mujisha, the woman member of Parliament, Bushenyi District. Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to thank and appreciate the people of Bushenyi Ishaka Municipality and the entire district of Bushenyi, the support that was accorded to him during his term of leadership. It actually inspired Speaker. The late was always uncomfortable with the status quo. He was always willing, looking for ways of uplifting his people to greater heights. A case in point was in the area of education sector. He used to give free mock exams to prepare the candidates for excellency in their final exams. Right Honorable Speaker, the late was so kind and helped the poor in the same sector. Right Honorable Speaker, the late helped the communities to engage in different economic activities that improved.
Honorable, we used to have somebody we used to call a brother to Cowboy, and that is the MP of Nakasongola. Wanzala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also raise up to pay tribute to our fallen son, Gordon Arinda, Honorable, the former member of Parliament for Bushenyi Municipality. Madam Speaker, I met Honorable Arinda in 2016 when I also joined this Parliament for the first time. Madam Speaker, I learned a number of lessons from the late Honorable Gordon Arinda. He was very friendly. That was also a lesson that we need to love one another. Madam Speaker, Gordon Arinda, having served in local government for quite a number of years, he used to agitate for the increase of the budget of these local governments in Uganda. Honorable Majesi, the Minister of Local Government, is here to bear witness. Madam Speaker, Honorable Majesi, I served with him on the Committee of Local Government Accounts, and he guided properly the Committee of Local Government Accounts to see how we used to look at Auditor General's report. Madam Speaker, Gordon Arinda fought corruption in this country. When we used to go to local governments with the Committee of Local Government Accounts, Madam Speaker, we used to look at the Auditor General's report of those other years. But of course, Arinda was a guiding factor to the committee. Madam Speaker, this is where we reached, and we were looking at Auditor General's report when they had only pointed out the sketchy audit queries. The big projects or the bigger projects, you couldn't find them there, but the smaller projects, they are the ones who are featuring in the Auditor General's report. So I want also to appeal to this government that we need also to do something, that the Auditor
Honorable Mawanda, Honorable Minister, after Mawanda.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I support the motion raised by the Right Honourable Prime Minister to pay tribute to Honourable Gordon Arinda, commonly referred to as Cowboy. Right Honourable Speaker, the late can be remembered on three fundamentals. One, he was an ardent supporter of the movement. As already alluded to by our colleagues, anything to do with the movement, he was always on the forefront, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Secondly, he was a family man. He loved his family, and his love for the family translated into love for his community. That's why he did a lot in as far as improving the welfare of the community was concerned. In fact, when he left school, university, instead of remaining in Kampala, he decided to go back to his district so that he can be able to put his tafari in Ushenyi, which he did. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Honourable Arinda was a church man, a God-fearing man. He actually went to his constituency and in his archdeaconry supported the building of his church, which had taken some time to be built because of the local differences. We will remember him for being a steadfast.
One minute for Mawanda.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. They say I've been given another more time. I knew Arinda from our childhood. I was actually his best man. He's a person who would go across. He actually shocked me when he brought to me his wife, who was a Muzungu. I had actually persuaded him to marry a girl from Rwampara, but he all of a sudden brought to me a Muzungu, an indication that he was a unifying factor, whether you are a Muzungu or you are there for you. We will remember him for that. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mawanda, Honorable Mawanda. Local government.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you and thank government for this honor given to our colleague, Honourable Cowboy. It means a lot to us, his friends. It means a lot to the people of Ushenyi. Honourable Mawanda says he was his best man, but I think I was his best friend. For me, we can learn two things from Honourable Cowboy. There's a lot we shall always remember him for: generous, friendly, developmental, and so on. But two very important things. One, the principle of cooperation among the members of parliament. We shared borders. I was in charge of Igara West, he was in charge of the municipality. Whenever I was not there, he would be there for me. Whenever I was not in the constituency, he would do what I would do if I was there. And we had, I think, the best team with Honorable Mawanda, Honorable Cowboy, Honorable Mary. And for me, this means a lot. Colleagues, you will not succeed alone. Political leadership is teamwork. And it's something to cherish about this colleague of ours. Secondly, Honorable Cowboy served about 15 years plus in local government at various levels, rising to the level of a principal assistant secretary. We go through his records, you check in the local governments where he's worked, the guy was blameless, especially in as far as corruption is concerned. And really addressing not ourselves, but those local. Thank you. Those local government officials who may be listening, this is a good example. The legacy you will leave is how you secure the public assets in your custody, how you look after the resources, and the way people will talk about you when you are not there. He was not corrupt. He was a man of integrity. We miss him. We miss his friendliness, but God rest his soul in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Mbwa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we pay tribute to Honorable Cowboy Arinda Gordon, this is what I will always remember. When he stood in NRM primaries, he lost to Honorable Kabula. But he did not come back. He only supported Kabula to make sure that Kabula defeated other people. That was him. Honorable Arinda Gordon was a true NRM cadre. True NRM cadre. There was the time when my chairperson of the party, Honorable President Museveni, when he went to my former constituency and made a comment that I and Honorable Nsamba should not be voted back because we normally give him headache. So when the video started circulating, now they started asking Cowboy, because he was heading our team, looking for votes for NRM flag bearers. Cowboy, this is what he said. He said that I'm looking for votes for all NRM flag bearers. Whether my president has spoken, I will not listen. That was Cowboy. Honorable Cowboy was a very good sports person. He loved volleyball, at the same time, basketball. He always thought that at one time, even in Bushenyi, we shall have a very good stadium. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as we pay tribute, this is my prayer to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is our prayer, people of Bushenyi. In one way of thanking the late Cowboy of what he did for our party and our country, we pray that may you construct the stadium, Bushenyi Stadium, and we can even name it after him. We shall be grateful, other than only giving mayor speeches. I thank you so much.
Honorable Prime Minister, maybe just for information, Honorable Mbwa won as a gold medal in 100 meters. Was it 100? He won as a gold medal, so it is justifiable. Derek, the area MP, is not here. Biraro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. I stand here also to join my colleagues to mourn the late Arinda Gordon Cowboy. Right Honorable Speaker, I met Arinda Cowboy in 2002 when I was elected a district councillor from Borero sub-county to Bushenyi local government. And by that time, we were 5 counties. And the 5 counties now form the 5 districts of Greater Bushenyi. So Honorable Linda Gordon was not only a council clerk for the current Bushenyi, but the current 5 districts of Greater Bushenyi. And Arinda Cowboy was a great man, Right Honorable Speaker. During our time in the council, he was relatively younger than all the establishment. He was younger than many of the councillors. He was younger than most of the technocrats. But what was peculiar and positively peculiar about Arinda Cowboy, he was power in his word and mobilization. He had time for everybody. Right Honorable Speaker, whenever council would be pending that we had notice of council, Arinda Gordon would find the time, it was not his duty, but would find the time to remind the councillors, are you attending tomorrow's council? There's an issue about your sub-county. There is an issue about your area. Please attend, and would break. Honorable Arinda would now work as our chief whip of that time, in addition to the party whips. Honorable Arinda was very, very obedient. In that council, I had my elderly father here, Honorable Tubasima Joram, was
Joram.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Joram Rangat Vasima in Uganda. I stand to join my colleagues to condole with the family of the late Gordon Arinda. I actually went to school with his father, Kakuma. Yes, we were together in the primary school. Not only that, later on, when I was a headmaster of Montiera High School, I admitted Honorable Arinda Gordon of his father. Unfortunately, his father is still bedridden. Now, he stayed for 6 years in Montiera High School, where I was headmaster, and he was an active student, well-behaved, and cooperative. At a later stage, Right Honorable Speaker, Gordon Kakuma Arinda turned to be also my teacher, because when I became a speaker of council, sorry,
Congratulations, Elder.
Sorry, when I became this council speaker of Greater Bushenyi, he was already a clerk to council, and he's the one who was actually directing me on the yeah, when he was instructing me on the rules and procedure of council. So later on, when he graduated and became member of parliament, he served diligently. As somebody had said, he was an equalizer. He had not many enemies in his constituency. I beg to move.
Thank you, Elder.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I happened to see Honorable Cowboy in his last days. I found him in the hospital in Imbarara. And at his age, because Honorable was still young, he died at a young age, he had dreams. And that gave me a wake up that you can have your dreams and die with them. Honorable Cowboy was that gentleman who you would sit with him and he tells you many, many stories. He used to tell me that when he was growing up, he fought with a sister, and then the dad was annoyed with him. It took him time to come back to the family because dad was annoyed. And he actually told me that when you have a problem in your family, first make sure that you settle problems of your family before you go on. He was the man of the family. He loved his family. He loved his people, his voters. Cowboy was that man.
No, let her first continue. It seems she knew a little more.
He was a servant leader. Cowboy wanted to serve his people. And every time he was in this parliament, he talked about Bushenyi, all the time, Bushenyi, Bushenyi, Bushenyi. So as people from Greater Bushenyi, we used to know Cowboy as our spokesman because he was always there to spearhead most of the discussions of the Greater Bushenyi. We really lost Cowboy, but we believe he's in good hands. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Then Dr. Simwe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Agasha Juliet Washisha. I represent the people of Mitoma District. I met Gordon, I call him Gordon because he was less my brother. He was a very close person to all of us. I remember when we joined the university, it was a very big group from Bweranyanji girls. Honorable Gordon sacrificed all that useful life and protected us. Without any strings attached, I know what I'm talking about, and even I know that people in the gallery know that I saw there. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we treat this one as my maiden speech. I request very much.
Members.
Honorable Gordon would make sure that we submit all our courseworks, all of us. He would make sure that he guides us at the university, and he even identified our traits. He made me to stand as a guild president of Makerere University and supported me until I dropped out the eve of elections.
Thank you.
Honorable Gordon was not only a gender sensitive person, but we started Uganda Civic Education, Honorable Mawanda, I remember, together with my two other colleagues. A hustler, we registered the organization like today. The following day, we went to Mukono and joined a consortium of 10 other big organizations to head civic education in Uganda. Honorable Gordon went to Bushenyi. I know the history because of that organization. He remained in Bushenyi, I remained in Kampala. Others were lecturers at Makerere. Honorable Gordon would handle all the cash of Bushenyi.
Honorable Enos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pass my deepest sympathies to the family of Honorable Alinda, but I want to specifically read a message from Honorable Derek Kabuda, the area MP for Bushenyi municipality. In his own words, he says, Honorable Alinda was a leader that believed and worked for unity, and he was pro-development. Honorable Gordon believed that NRM party was bigger than individual interests. After NRM primaries, he decided to campaign for official NRM flag bearer, MP, and other flag bearers in Bushenyi. He advocated for unity, harmony, and reconciliation of Bushenyi leaders. He was a spiritual man who even called and worked for coexistence of all religions. He signed Honorable Derek Kabuda, and he apologizes for not being with us today.
Thank you. Isaac, Nathan,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to control with the family of the late Gordon, with whom I worked on the same committee of local government park, then under the leadership of Honorable Regan Okumo. Madam Speaker, this was one member, Honorable Gordon was one member who made sure he attended almost all the committee member meetings. We joined the committee at a time when there was a lot of backlog, and therefore we had a lot of work to do, sometimes even over the weekends. And Honorable Gordon was one person who really gave his time, both in the parliament, in the house here, and also at the committee work. Madam Speaker and members, those whom Gordon worked with will attest that this was one person who was so humble. Local Government Accounts Committee, PAC, was known to be a committee that harasses people and what have you, but Gordon will always bring peace where things will be very hard. And therefore, he was one person, Madam Speaker, who passionately fought corruption in the committee. Madam Speaker, we have lost someone who really served this country, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
thank you. Nathan,
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I also want to extend my sincere sympathy to the family. I happened to meet Cowboy when he was in school. And even at the university, he was my colleague. But what is important, when we came to Parliament, by coincidence, we were on the same Committee of Education. And as the Honorable Apamado was saying, he used to be a committed member of that committee. But also importantly, in the 10th Parliament, I was the chairperson of Ankole Parliamentary Group. And I can see some members of that caucus. You remember how Arinda was good as far as the matters of Ankole are concerned. He was so passionate. At one time, he made a proposal, and I can see the Prime Minister there. He was wondering why other regions have ministers in charge of affairs, and Ankole does not have a minister in charge of its affairs, and yet it has an affairs. So it was his dream that since other regions have ministers in charge of affairs, Ankole also has affairs. I wish he could extend his dream and request the appointing authority that Ankole should have a minister in charge of Ankole affairs. We did a lot together, and even when he was in the hospital, I'm one of the people that checked on him. A lot was talked about him, and we shared a lot. The best we can do is to pray to God that he should rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. More specifically, Madam Speaker, I want to pay tribute to a friend of many and a friend of development. Honorable Gordon, I can ably describe him as a pro-people member of parliament, a member of parliament who always thought about the people as a first principle. And I remember he demonstrated this when we were in a serious struggle of the 317. He always spoke for the people. The second one, I also noticed this when he came in my constituency, Buyaga East constituency. And he always wanted to share with the most lower person. And whatever he had, he left my constituency very excited because he would ask whatever aspect of life that affects the common man. Late Gordon
We shall always miss him forever. The only gift you have to give him and the family is to champion what he loved in this world, especially in the education arena, and see how we can move on. Because I remember he gave me even a big input in establishing and managing one of the tertiary institutions in my constituency called the Paradigm Institute. And we are moving on very well because of the biggest input he gave me in establishing an institution in my constituency. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join all the members, more especially the mover of the motion, the Prime Minister, I support the motion to pay tribute to Honorable Gordon Arinda, whom I knew in 2016 when I was a chairperson on Committee on Education, where he was a member. Right Honorable Speaker, it is so sad that we lost Honorable Gordon. We know God loves the best. Honorable Gordon never missed committee meetings. And if he was to, he would notify the clerk, or sometimes he would call me or send me a message. He was such a dedicated person to work with. And Right Honorable Speaker, there was a time we had a committee tour to Northern Region, and Honorable Gordon delayed to come and the bus left. But it was very surprising that while we were still in Gulu, Honorable Gordon Arinda joined us in the field. This showed the dedication that he had for work. And indeed, we will greatly miss him because he was such a hard worker. And Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kone. Honorable Ogwang Peter. Honorable Ogwang Peter. Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the last parliament, I served in the Parliamentary Commission for 4 years. I am happy I'm here with the move of the motion, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I want to confirm we worked closely with Honorable Arinda Gordon. Number one, he was a dual member of Parliament who loved his work. Number two, he supported all bills of the party here. Number three, Honorable Arinda most times shared with me on about his personal family, which I want to confirm. I remember he showed me his children, his wife was in the Netherlands, and at one time he took me up to his home in Inalia. What I want to say here about the late, and which is a lesson for most of us. One, how do we treat one another when we're in this august house? Two, how do we interact with our constituents and people when we're in our constituents? Three, how do we lead our personal life? So Honorable Arinda Gordon was an accomplished member of Parliament, a devoted NRM cadre. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I stand here to pay tribute to a colleague, to a friend, to a member of parliament whom I met in 2016, to a member of parliament with whom I sat in this August House for 5 years, to a member of parliament with whom I agreed, disagreed, consented, and together churned out all manner of bills for the benefit of the nation. Arinda Gordon Kakuma was a gentleman, a real, true gentleman, a man of his word. If he said he would do it, he would do it. If he said he would not do it, he would not do it. Arinda is one person we all relied upon. In whatever we were conjuring, in whatever we were planning, in whatever we discussed and prepared to do, Arinda stood with us. And because of that, I respect him. May his
Members,
soul rest
for
in
those
peace.
who didn't know Arinda, his picture is right there. That is cowboy for you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when the Honorable Cowboy Arinda Gordon called me to go and see him in hospital, I called you and immediately took a personal initiative to follow up. And what started small unified the whole parliament. To my utter surprise, Right Honorable Speaker, the new members supported us even more than the old members. On someone they didn't even know, because colleagues were around to tell the story of who Honorable Cowboy was. Colleagues, wherever Cowboy is, he's just looking at us, because he used to tell us, people of Bushenyi, he was always very clear that cowboys never die. When they die, they never rot. When they rot, they never smell. And when they smell, they smell. And Right Honorable Speaker, the family, I'm sure Honorable Mawanda, who coordinated us very well, and I want to thank you, colleagues, for coming up. The family was very, very grateful for what we did as a community of MPs for one of us. Colleagues, you don't need to know each other, but as long as you're in this community, you're part of us. And I want to thank you for showing that unity. And the people of Bushenyi, I'm very, very sure, will always be grateful to this parliament for giving Honorable Arinda Gordon a befitting send-off. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, honorable members of parliament. You've heard Honorable Arinda was a unifier, corrupt-free man, a very religious person. He was a team worker, and most important, Team 317, the historicals. And he was also a sports person. That's why Imbua has a pledge, a plea that they should put a stadium in Bushenyi. But most touching thing is, by the time Arinda fell sick, and this can happen to all of us, his medical scheme had expired. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you're a member of the commission. I wish you could agitate for members to have a medical scheme even after parliament, just like the pension scheme. That would help your members of parliament. You cannot find somebody. Arinda went to a clinic because he could not afford to go to the main hospital. So if you could, for the sake of your good members, work on the issue of the medical scheme. That would help this parliament and the next parliament. Honorable members, I put a question that the motion for resolution of parliament to pay tribute to late Honorable Gordon Arinda Kakuma for his dedicated service to the granted by this house. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. I now instruct the clerk to extract the resolutions of this house and forward it to the family and to cabinet for further action. Next item.
Item 3.
Family stand with you, and just know the Parliament of Uganda is with you. Thank you.
Statements by ministers. Item 3, Roman 1, escalating insecurity in a power municipality.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this is a report to Parliament regarding issues of security in Apache district. Apache district is one of the 9 districts that constitute North Kyoga policing area, and the district registered 2 cases of murder during the month of January, and both are still under investigations by the police. These, coming on the heels of each other, caused apprehension, hence the claim of escalating insecurity in Apache district. The first of these murders was reported on 21st January 2022, in which one Achot Joseph Mike was attacked and stabbed along Apache Lira Road. He was evacuated but died on 21st January 2022 at Mulago Hospital. The prime suspect, one Okello Quinto, who called the deceased and reportedly set him up, is on the run but being sought by the police. The second one, Right Honorable Speaker, is that of a one Anyeme Innocent, a resident of Awil Ward, Aguru Division in Apache District. He was a shopkeeper and was found dead in a pool of blood on the morning of 26th January 2022. Investigations are underway to ensure that the suspects are brought to book. This far, I want to report to the August House that there's no apparent connection between the 2 cases. And it's also not a case of generalized in Apache. Investigations will help to unveil those that are culpable for each of these murders and their motives. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Honorable Minister, I expected your report to have the names of the persons who have been killed, the location, and
I have them. I've mentioned them.
Okay.
Yes, Right Honorable.
And do you have any suspects being arrested?
The suspects are on the run, but in one of the cases, there are suspects that were arrested and released on bond. Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to appreciate General Mozi for the statement, especially on Apache. Madam Speaker, we have similar problems in this country pertaining insecurity, and especially in Soy constituency. And I would like to appreciate Honorable Magezi as the Minister of Local Government, and even that time when he was the Minister of Local Government, for giving us Soy constituency, which created an exposure of insecurity Because most of the time, insecurity in soil would not be exposed. There are raids, killings by cattle raiders, and yet government is not doing anything. Members of parliament are being blamed over this. And yet, it is the responsibility of the executive to make sure that the lives and property of individuals are protected. Me as a member of parliament, I don't have a gun. And Madam Speaker, I'm now requesting you that we need prayers in this particular matter. And these are my prayers, Madam Speaker. You know, on 13th, an old man was killed and cattle were taken to Nabilato district. Yesterday, 40 cows were taken. And this has been a situation that has been occurring on daily basis at night and day. My prayers are this. Number one, Madam Speaker, there should be strategic deployment of forces, and specifically UPDF, in areas of Soy County to combat the issue of cattle rustling and killings. 2, recruitment of locals into LDU, including even those sites of Apache as well, if there is a persistent insecurity. Recruitment of LDUs, the locals. Let Sabines man their area. Let Karamojongs man their area. Let the Itesots man their area. 3rd, compensation of those who have been affected by this menace of cattle rustling, and especially those who have been killed. Attorney General did not consider Sebei as a sub-region in terms of compensation, and yet we have suffered so much. The first one, deployment and redeployment of forces. There is connivance of some security forces with cattle raiders, and therefore we need to change them in those particular areas. Another one, government. Government, if we don't recruit the LDUs now, this one comes in. Government should allow us, especially in Soy, to go and purchase guns from South Sudan and Ethiopia. Because we will man our own security.
Honorable, of course, you know, government cannot allow an illegality.
I want to thank my honorable colleague. He has raised the serious allegation. Unless I am the only one who had it, but I believe very many members had it. He said that there are some army men who are conniving and aiding cattle raiders. I don't know whether I'm the only one who has taken it seriously. I would want him to tell us some people, it is a serious allegation, such that these people who had the security in front of us, the part of the executive, they tell us why they still have such wrong elements in the army who can aid and abet cattle rustling. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Tinkasimire. The responsibility of security lies with government. And when there is insecurity, it is government to blame. And especially the executive, because we all belong to government. The issue of connivance is attributed to failure by the security forces to combat the same menace in the same area. And therefore, that's why I suggested that we should have change of forces in this particular area, and especially the 3rd division itself. Yeah, if they have failed, then we can bring in the 2nd division to man the area. That would be so important. You see, if forces are used within a particular area, then they will get, of course, to understand the situation. Then later on, they again connive with those raiders, and of course, they bring some menace. So we keep changing them. Now, We have been having some members of parliament during cattle identification, and especially from Nabilatu. Madam Speaker, I will mention the name of this member of parliament, Honorable Sylvia from Nabilatu, who has been engaged so much in the question of cattle identification. Me as a member of parliament from Soy, I cannot know cows of people or cattle of people. But why should members of parliament participate in such a process when even security forces have suggested that identification of cows be done by the locals themselves?
Honorable Sylvia is not here. You may not talk about her because she's not here. And maybe for your information, this matter was raised last week, and it was referred to the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs. And as we speak now, the committee is in the field. And the prayers that you bring are very, very good prayers. How I wish, Honorable Minister, you would take these prayers seriously, such that by the time the committee comes back to report, you'll be reporting on action taken, not what you found out. What we need is an action taken. And as I reported this, the cows are stolen, even my own constituency, even my own cows. Ask Ogwang near you there. The cows are stolen. This must come to an end. For us, we believe in cows. We don't believe in cultivating the maize you're giving us, your maize seeds. So let people not steal our cows. So take these prayers seriously and let it be incorporated in the committee report, and the report should report back on the action that you have taken as the ministry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your ruling and decision on this. But of course, I would like the minister to make some comment about this. Madam Speaker, the reason as to why I'm being called a Kenyan is because of cat rustling. Yeah, I'm called a Kenyan. A problem of 1950 still recurring in this century? Really? When other people are staying very well? Eh? Why should I be called a Kenyan just because of insecurity? My mother fears to come back to Uganda just because of the same problem. My mother is now 90-something years and still fears the same problem of cat rustling. The old man who died was 90-something years. Imagine, she was never killed by those cat raiders those days, during Ubute's time, during Amini's time, during colonial time, now being killed at the regime where we think that our forces are there. Madam Speaker, let me tell you one thing. If our security forces have been taken to Congo to protect the Congolese, the government should also understand that it is also our right to be protected in Uganda. Maybe the Minister of Internal Affairs should tell us that the numbers are not enough to protect our locals. Mr. Minister, are the numbers not enough?
So, Honorable Minister, take that seriously, and I'm not going to allow a debate on this because I am expecting a report out of what the members raised, and that report should be incorporated with what was reported last week. Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, I've noted with concern the issues raised by the Honorable Member. Indeed, the matter of cattle raids was raised here last week, and you guided on what to do. And I want to report that we are already working out mechanisms to address this matter. Recruitment of LDUs, one of the solutions, but not the only solution. Because like you said, that some members of the forces abet this problem. LDUs in Karamoja have been a problem, and we may be discriminative in recruiting LDUs. Where they don't apply, we won't use them. This has implications on budget, but let's wait for the report and then come back to Parliament with a comprehensive brief on the way forward. Thank you, honorable members.
much as it has an implication on the budget, the lives and the property of our people must be protected.
Absolutely right, Honorable Speaker.
So whatever implication it has, this house has all the powers. Thank you.
Speaker, we have not buried the old man. I would believe that
I've never
indulges
seen-
itself.
I've never seen two men standing again.
On the issue of the old man, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll engage the UPDF leadership, especially regarding the send-off, and I'll communicate to the honorable member.
General, honorable there you see is a deserter. And he could give you better ideas. Get in touch with the honorable. Let the honorable give you more ideas on how we can solve this problem. Most of these problems can be solved locally. You don't need to bring people from outside. Can be able to give you better ideas on what can be done in the area. And since that's where it comes from, just like if you ask Peter or Gwang there, he would tell you that let's form an arrow group and we shall fight for our cause. Next item.
Madam Speaker, let me clear on the question of desertion. Madam Speaker, I am not a deserter. Madam Speaker, we worked in auxiliary forces with Honorable Bua. Yes, from Amson. Then I was in Bar Battalion, but of course I was cleared and I got out. But I handle logistics of the military, and I'm an expert in logistics of the army and the best student of the army.
That is the one reason why he should be able to help you. He knows the system very well. And Honorable, I will wait for a feedback from you on what you've done with the general. Yes, proceed here. Robert.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you clearly stated you cannot grow maize. The cows are your maize. Likewise, the fishing communities, we cannot grow maize. The boats, nets, and boat engines are our maize. I raised an issue some time back on the 27th of January concerning increased piracy on the lakes, where they are stealing boat engines, and it's the order of the day. And Madam Speaker, you ably directed the Minister of Internal Affairs to bring a statement. I also received a letter from the government chief whip dated 28th January, instructing the Minister of Internal Affairs to bring a statement on the 3rd of February, which was last Thursday. Can I be guided, or is it procedurally right to proceed the way we are proceeding when 3rd was actually last Thursday, and today is another day? The minister has not yet released a statement on that case of increasing piracy on the lake.
Thank you, Robert. We actually proceeding very, very well. We have the statement. We are yet to put the statement on the order paper because we can't put everything on the same order paper. So it will come next week. Thank you. Next.
Item 3, Roman 2, statement on the official launch of the Parish development model.
Just give us a summary. We have the documents on our iPads.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the document has been uploaded on the iPads. Honorable colleagues, to give you the summary of what is in this paper. Colleagues, you remember that the parish model started in July last year. But there were a number of prior actions which required that we first put them in place before a national rollout. For example, we had vacancies of about 5,600 parish chiefs. You remember the new sub-counties and town councils, 716 were not yet operational. We lacked the secretariat and all that. We came back to the House in November, and gladly you gave us a supplementary budget release, and we've been able to undertake these preliminary activities. I hope you remember too that in December, towards the end of December, I submitted a report on what had been done, giving a status report to Parliament on the parish development model. This report is with the Committee of Public Service and Local Government, and I want to be convinced that when the report comes, when the committee tables their report on the floor, we shall discuss the details of the parish development model. My particular statement today is to inform the members of Parliament, and through Parliament to also inform the nation, that having gone through these preliminary activities, government is now ready for the official launch of the parish model. We shall launch it on Saturday, the 26th of February at Chibuku, and His Excellency the President shall be the chief guest. Talking of Chibuku, we are talking of the entire Bukid region participating in the pre-launch activities and being invited as leaders of the area to the launch. So the statement, when you look at it, gives you those pre-launch activities. What are we doing on ground now? In terms of training, community sensitization, data collection, because we need to have benchmarks so that tomorrow we're able to show what the parish model achieved, and so on and so forth, and they are there. And then also on the day of the launch, what shall we actually be launching? This is not about speeches and statements. This is about interventions of government, which we hope will actually make a change in the lives of the people. We've also shown you the people who are invited, and a little correction on that statement through your right honorable speaker, the total number is 800, not 300. It's 830. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this statement and to inform the House and the nation that on 26th of Feb, His Excellency the President will officially launch the parish model, and after that, we shall go out to roll it out in all the pillars in all the districts. I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the parish development model is one of the programs that has been designed to deliver this country to a middle-coming status. As you may recall, we took a 2 weeks break to assess the performance of the Myoga project in our districts, which was a foundation of the parish model. The launch here is going to be on 26th, and I would request members in this house that you make a follow-up and do your oversight role in this project. And the report that the minister is presenting today, I'm referring this to the committee so that they bring a full report, including these activities that are going to take place. This is referred to the committee and presented with the previous report, which was presented in the House. But I don't want us to do the lamentations. Let's do the oversight role. Let's see how the Myoga project will work. I mean, the parish model will work out. Let's not keep just watch and say, let the minister do his work. Personally, I believe this is brought in good faith, and it is meant to improve the welfare of our people. Yes?
Ms. Dr. Musa Noah, I represent the people of Koboko North.
I just want to get some clarification, Right Honorable Speaker. Parish development model, we know, is the government's mainstay program for transforming the lives of the citizens, especially the 39% who are still in subsistence farming. Out of the 7 pillars of the Parish development model, 2 of the pillars, that is Parish information system and mindset change, falls under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And those are the key pillars which will make sure that this program succeeds, given our experience with the Ministry of ICT in the committee. The ministry indicated that they have not moved far with the development of the Parish information system. And they're still even looking for resources for mindset change activities. And now we are launching this program. I just wanted the minister to clarify that they are working together with the Ministry of ICT and work has been done as far as the Parish information system development is concerned and the mindset change pillar is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. That's a very good question.
Honorable Minister, why don't you get all the questions, then you answer?
I thought there was no debate. I thought it was only the other.
Pardon?
It's okay, Right Honorable.
You're Jane, eh? No, let Jane ask, then you answer all of them. We are not going to prolong this debate because we are taking this document to the committee and they will bring the whole report. Yes, Jane?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for bringing this information to the House about the launch of the much needed Parish Model Development Program that's supposed to drive this economy, especially those that are still, below the poverty line. However, like Honorable Dr. Musa has rightly stated, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the Ministry of Local Government needs to closely work with Ministry of Finance. We've just been going through the budget framework paper, and there were a lot of funding gaps in as far as the parish model is concerned. Of course, as a committee, we did our part, the Committee of Finance, to recommend that money should be provided because that is the core where our people, especially our electorate, their lives need to be uplifted. I welcome the move by government to launch, but this should match with the available resources for all the pillars. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, when you look at the National Budget Framework paper, every ministry is budgeting for the parish level, parish development project. You find ICT is budgeting for it, internal affairs is budgeting for it, agriculture is budgeting for it. So I think what you need to do is to do the harmonization for you to be able to have, you need to have an interministerial meeting, harmonize all project. Yes, then the tinker. Members, let's not debate this paper. I don't know what you're debating.
Thank you. Thank you.
The report is going to come. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Isaac Otimgu, MP Padiere County, Nebi District. Madam Speaker, I just wanted during the last NRM caucus meeting in Kololo, we raised an issue about the uncoded new administrative units, which the Right Honorable Minister actually mentioned. There's 768 in number. And to date, actually, I don't think any of them have been coded. The House passed a supplementary budget for those new administrative units. The town councils were given 50 million. The money from. The Minister of Finance promised us during the caucus meeting at that time that all these new administrative units will be coded by September. We're in January, and nothing has happened. Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the fact that you're saying we should actually do oversight role. But when MPs are not informed of things happening, then it is difficult. The right honorable minister should promise us that we shall be informed whenever money reaches the district levels so that we do follow up. But sometimes money reaches there and we even do not know that money has been wired to the
Honorable
district.
Minister,
Thank you.
once money is wired to any district, as in any district, the member of parliament should get to know that money has been sent to their districts. Just like National Medical Stores does. When they are taking drugs, they make sure that the member of parliament gets to know that this kind of drugs have been delivered. And that would help the members to do their oversight role. Tinka.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Magezi is my very good friend. He's an ex-seminarian, so we used to talk a lot where we came from. And I am happy that he's the one in charge of the program. But the problem, the major departure I have with him is that he's pro-rich, I am pro-poor. And I will invite him to now use much of his time to look at the poor people. Honorable from Paderi has raised a critical matter that the president is going to launch on 26th, the parish development model. Come 1st of July, people start receiving resources on the ground at parish level to do the development. We want Honorable Minister with great assurance to assure us that 1st of July, every parish in this country will receive money. And we want you to tell us today before you leave here, because you know the number, how many parishes in this country where you are taking this development program. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will also use this opportunity to ask the Honorable Minister to make a strong commitment that is going to follow up these resources, because our experience has shown that the strongest
Switch on. Yes, procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you guided that the report that has been presented by the Honorable Minister be forwarded to the committee responsible, such that against the report we debate. Are we proceeding rightly, Right Honorable Speaker, by debating a report of the minister, yet we shall have a report of the committee? Are we proceeding right, Right Honorable Speaker?
I was just praying, I wish there was somebody who would raise up and ask that procedure matter. Let's wait for the report from the committee. Honorable Tinka.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I know you're a poor boy, but you pro-poor, you sit, the other one is pro-rich. Honorable Tinka. Is brought. The minister should be able to respond to all those queries that you're asking. And members, feel free, call the minister. Is one person who picks his calls all the time, and ask him what you want. Ask him what you want to be done on the parish model. Think after here, you'll go with the Honorable Minister, because I know what you're interested in is for the interest of the whole country. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the members for the points of clarification which they have raised. Member of Parliament, Koboko North, just for clarification, the parish-based management information system is under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Some of the funds which were approved under the supplementary budget include funds for this particular activity. Right now, the officers are in Bukedi actually doing data collection, compilation, analysis, and one thing that will be launched on 26th is that system. And we're trying to avoid the mistakes of the past. This time, this system is being managed at the parish level. Secondly, the mindset change is not under the Ministry of Information Communication Technology. The key leader there is Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And Parliament gave them 3 billion. And as I speak now, their manuals have been completed. They are right now in Bukedi doing training of trainers, community sensitization. I'm really happy with what they are doing. So at the time when we discuss all the pillars and what the parish model is about, I'll explain to the members the composition of these pillars and their leaders and what they are actually doing. Honorable Jane, every ministry seems to be budgeting for the parish model. We need resources for these pillars. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, yes, and that is the way it should be. Because this is the very first program we're going to have where all ministers, all ministries are going to participate with respect to their sectors at the parish level. Let me give you an example. We may think that production is under agriculture only, but you need water for production. You need energy for processing of products from production. You need roads to transfer the products to the market. So this is a unique program, and we'll go through it, and so that people see that even the budget, what we need to do is what the speakers talked about, harmonization, so that we don't have duplication. But I'm glad that the ministries have woken up and each one is saying, we have a stake here. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is the function of the Ministry of Finance. And I want to be sure, because already they have released the money, and the budget code is simply an acknowledgement that this sub-count is now recognized in the national budget, and they will access national funds. So I think they have been coded, but the truth is the money which has been given is preliminary. It's really not adequate. We're trying to see that in future, now that they are already recognized and they are being paid, then we have the full budgeting. I like the point that we need to make sure that the members of parliament are fully informed so that they can play their role, not only in terms of monitoring, not only for supervision, but even accountability, checking. For example, if I'm saying that Bukedi today, there is training community sensitization, it's important because we met the members of parliament of Bukedi in the morning, that you go to your constituents and find out what is actually happening. If there is a data being collected, you deserve a report from those who are collecting the data about the parishes in your constituency. So we shall go through this of the point of making sure that when we have budget released, we make sure not only in the newspapers, but maybe in the pigeonholes of the members, that we give you full information. Finally, Honorable Tinker, I'm also pro-poor, and the parish model is really about the poor people. How many parishes do we have? 10,594. Will they all get resources? Right, Honorable Speaker, that's an important question, and I know that the public will want to know, what are we launching? As I speak today, the money which you gave us in the budget for the revolving fund is 17 million per parish. That money is already with the chief administrative officers. So immediately after the launch, all these parishes should be able to access their revolving fund through their circles. Now, in the next year's budget, we have made a request to you, and I hope members of parliament will approve, that each parish gets 100 million for the revolving fund. But colleagues, parish model is not just about releasing funds. It's the holistic change of persons and households in terms of mindset change, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of housing, in terms of services. But we shall go through this when the committee brings their report. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And members, please take control of that parish development model. Take charge of that money which is going to your constituencies. Let it not get messed up like other programs that government has put in place. Next item.
Item 3, Roman 3, statement by the minister on the commemoration of St. Janan Room Day, 16th February 2022.
We still have your document on the, and just give us a summary of what Loom Day is.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The statement is on the commemoration of St. Janan Loom Day, 16th February 2022. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on Wednesday, 16th February 2022, which is tomorrow, Uganda will hold the 45th commemoration of St. Janan Loom Day. The day has been commemorated annually since 2015, when His Excellency the President announced that 16th February would be designated a public holiday in honor of the second Archbishop of Church of Uganda, Rwanda, and Bonga Saire. The day had always been commemorated at the late Archbishop Janan Loom's burial site at Wigweng Village, Muchwini Parish in Kigom District. This event is organized by the Church of Uganda in collaboration with government ministries, departments, and agencies led by the Directorate for Ethics and Integrity, alongside the local organizing committee based in Kitgum and the family of the late Archbishop Janan Loom. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the commemoration of Archbishop Janan Loom is significant for us today because of the legacy he left behind through his focused leadership, not only on preaching and spreading the word of God, but also on the holistic development of people and communities. He repeatedly appealed to Ugandans to live together peacefully and in harmony, a call we need to adhere to this day. His devotion and martyrdom is a blessing to our nation, Uganda, and should continuously remind us of our dark past and to encourage us to live together in harmony. Archbishop Janan Loom is specially recognized by the Church of England, which is the mother church of the Anglican Communion, as one of the only 10 martyrs of the 20th century. He was given a special place in the history of the Anglican Communion when a statue was unveiled at Westminster Abbey in July 1998 in his honor. The annual commemoration is to honor, celebrate, and provide thanksgiving for the life, testimony, martyrdom, and example of St. Janan Loom as an outstanding leader, a great martyr, and a compelling role model for the world, regardless of faith and background. His martyrdom provides a powerful message of forgiveness and reconciliation, not only between Christians, but among all people. This is a national day involving all stakeholders, including believers from all denominations, government, diplomatic corps, civil society, the private sector, and the international community. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, at last year's St. Janan Loom commemoration, which was held at State House in Entebbe, His Excellency the President, who was the chief guest, made a commitment that government would support the development of the late Archbishop's burial site at Muchwini. The Church of Uganda went ahead and obtained the land measuring 92.8 acres for that purpose, and a certificate of title is being processed. Also being finalized to transform the grounds into a pilgrimage and tourist site of international standards. At an appropriate time, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will bring the budget for the development of the site to this August House for approval. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues,
This year, the Church of Uganda had originally planned to hold the commemoration activities at Muchuni, since the country's economy was reopened. However, due to the escalating COVID-19 epidemic, His Grace the Archbishop requested His Excellency, the President, to host the commemoration as he did last year. His Excellency, the President, confirmed that he will host the commemoration function. Therefore, colleagues, the 45th commemoration of St. John and Loam Day will be held on the 16th February 2022 at Kololo Independence Grounds starting at 9 a.m. The main activity is the church service, which will be broadcast live on major television and radio stations. The chief guest will be His Excellency, the President of Uganda. The main celebrant will be the Archbishop of Church of Uganda, His Grace the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Kasimba Mugalu. The theme for this year's commemoration is Hope Beyond Affliction. It is a message of faith, hope, and perseverance taken from the Book of Lamentations, chapter 3, 21 to 25. In honor of St. John and Loam home and burial grounds, a commemoration service will be held on the same day at Wigweng Muchuni in Kidgum District. Right Honorable Speaker, the expected outcome of the commemoration is a transformation of the lives of the people through the example of the late Archbishop and the message of hope and commitment that is given by the church. The message is aimed at the spiritual transformation of the head, the heart, and the hands of the people of Uganda. The commemoration also strengthens the partnership between the church and the state for the social economic transformation of the communities. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to invite you, the members of this House, to the 45th commemoration of St. John and Loam Day at Kololo Independence 2022, beginning at 9 a.m. That is tomorrow, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity. This has been celebrated every year. It's a yearly celebration, and this is basically for information. We will be waiting for your plan and your budget at an appropriate time. Thank you. Next item.
Item 6, bills second reading.
The bill second reading. The market bill 2021 was tabled for the first reading.
Procedure.
Yes, members, sorry, there was a statement from Honorable Biga, but there's also a statement, a procedure matter from the woman MP. Yes, okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, an issue of national importance was raised last week, Tuesday, and you directed that this week.
Honorable Madam.
Yes.
Honorable Kia, we follow the order paper. Now the order paper, you would have raised that when we're on matters of national importance or at the beginning of the order paper. Now we are going to a very sensitive item, that is the bill. But you raised something last week. Now that Honorable Biga, I think he heard that you mentioned his name being conflicted. So he has come with his personal statement. Now we will receive a personal statement from Honorable Biga, give it to the minister who is investigating, that's internal affairs, and then come with a report, because there was an allegation in the House that you're conflicted. It's just a principle of natural justice and fairness. So, Honorable Biga, can you present your report, your statement briefly?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Like you've correctly said, I'm making this statement under Rule 55 of our rules of procedure, whereby when a member makes a statement touching on the personality of a person, that person is entitled to put in a reply by way of a personal explanation. And that's all. And I promise not to raise any issues for debate or controversial matters.
And no issue of attack,
Pardon?
no attack.
No. I gave you a copy of my statement, Right Honorable Speaker, and I can assure you, when I read it, there will be no personal attacks. Right Honorable Speaker, as I said, my colleague, the Honorable Woman Member of Parliament for Mali Okolo District, raised this matter on the 16th, raised this matter on the floor of Parliament. And I got the extract, and what I'm replying to is the extract from the Hansard, which I propose to lay on the table.
Thank you.
It reads, statement of personal explanation presented on the floor of Parliament by me, Member of Parliament, Terego East Constituency, and Minister of State for Urban Development, on the statement of national importance regarding the border between Terego and Mariokolo District. On the 5th of February, 2020, the Honorable Woman MP representative Mariokolo District made a statement as an issue of national importance on the above subject. That statement alleges that I had self-interest in the border reaffirmation exercise because I chaired the meetings which led to the reaffirmation of the border. Since the hazard is there, honorable members, I don't want to waste time on the specific. My interest is the statement of conflict of interest. Right from the beginning, I want to state, right on the speaker, that statement is not true because all the meetings were chaired by the commissioner, stroke assistant commissioner, surveys, mapping, and surveys and mapping department of the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. And in that regard, I have the minutes which I want to table. The first meeting was the one which was held, meeting held at the Mariokolo district offices as part of the mobilization and sensitization for the boundary reaffirmation exercise between the Terego district and Mariokolo. And this was held on the 24th of September, 2021. And as colleagues will read, I was not present, and certainly I didn't attend it, and therefore there was no way I could chair a meeting where I was not. I've marked this minute as number A, and I want to table it, and hereby do table it. The next meeting, the minutes, this was held at Terego District Headquarters offices as part of the mobilization and sensitization for the boundary reaffirmation between Terego District and Mariokolo. And this was held on the 28th of October, 2021. And I've marked it B. And the colleagues will note from here that I was absent in that meeting, and therefore I could not be a chair in that meeting. I beg to table. The third meeting, the minutes of which I've marked is C. And this is a minute, these are the minutes for the mobilization of sensitization meeting that was held in Ochea Resource Center on the 17th of September, 2021. In this meeting, I was present, but I did not chair it, as the members will read from the report or the minutes, and it was chaired by the commissioner, the assistant commissioner, Mr. Ogeng of Surveys and Mapping. I beg to lay. The third minute, which I would like to chair, office on the boundary dispute between Mariokolo district and the Terego district, and I've marked it D for purposes of this presentation. And this was held on the 23rd October, 2020, the year 2020. And from these records, members will read and find that the Honorable Obiga Kania was not in attendance. I could therefore chair a meeting that I was not there. I beg to lay. The meeting in our chair, the rightful representative of the people of Terego East, and the Minister of Lands and Housing and Urban Development representative. Located on page 7 of the report, table does not include my name. The survey report, I beg to table, which is here entitled, Report on the Boundary Reaffirmation Exercise of Terego and Mariokolo districts by the Survey and Mapping Department, written on the 18th of October, 2021. I beg to lay. In the letter dated the 23rd, 7th, the year 2021, the Honorable Joan Aniko Kia, Woman Member of Parliament, Mariokolo, elaborately called for the border reaffirmation. And this is a letter which was written by her, asking the minister, addressed the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, dated the 23rd July, 2021, under the heading, Demarcation of Disputed Border Points between Mariokolo and the neighboring districts. Terego was only one. There are dispute areas between Arua, Zombo, and Mariokolo. But this matter refers to Mariokolo. But in her letter, she was requesting the ministry to go urgently and resolve the matter. I beg to lay a copy of her letter. Similarly, the letter dated 15th of July, 2021, by the Chief Administrative Secretary, the Chief Administrative Officer, Mariokolo, dated 15th July, 2020, addressed the same Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, was asking for the demarcation of disputed border points between Mariokolo and the neighboring districts. Of course, neighboring districts included Terego district. I beg to lay that letter. Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with my colleagues, particularly the Honorable Joan, and that the problem of the community should be resolved. The Minister of Lands and the Housing and Urban Development does not create borders for administrative units. So what was being asked was not for the Minister of Lands to go and create administrative units or borders therefor. That responsibility lies with other ministries, departments, and agencies. The Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development only marks borders after the creation of the administrative units in accordance with the laws which are made in this parliament and the other legislative bodies. The Ministry of Lands and Housing, Urban Development reaffirms borders and marks them. Or MDAs, parties such as the Honorable Joan, parties such as the Chief Administrative Officer of Madi Okolo in the letters that I have put. All the letters written in the case of border between Terego and Madi Okolo were asking for that. And one of the people who wrote earlier on the 10th of, rather on the, earlier on the 19th of March 2008 was the then Chief of Terego and Mario Okolo were counties under Arua districts. And this was a request for a survey to establish the location of specific areas. And they produced the report. And I intend to lay this on this table. Regarding myself as an MP, I also wrote asking for the same demarcation. And my letter was on the 11th of August 2020. Demarcation of the border between Uriama sub-county in the Terego district and the Rigo sub-county in Madi district, and the location of Odobu, Ochea Market, and the Quiver Senior Secondary Schools. This was in August 2020, before I became a minister in the Ministry of Lands. By then, I was the Minister of Internal Affairs. So I wrote it by then as an MP of that area, and also somebody was concerned with the security in that area because of the disturbances which have been caused by the border. I want to lay that on the table. Both of those letters by the cow of Arua and me, and all of us, we were asking for the demarcation of the border. My statement is short, it's about to end. The Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development is fully and scientifically discharged its responsibility in this regard of and Mario Okolo districts. That's what we have done. That's what all these authors, if you can just hold on, let me finish this, you'll be able to give that.
Honorable, can you read your statement?
Yes, I'm reading it.
Yeah, we are running out of time.
As this regards over the Terego and Mario Okolo districts borders disputes, the responsibility to implement the outcome of that scientific reaffirmation, as opposed to conjecture, lies with other MDAs, not with the Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. After this completely agreed, transparent reaffirmation process, when the results are known, I hear of acrobatic somersaults and calls for a stay of the status quo, contrary to the substance and spirit of the letters which I've just tabled, requesting for the reaffirmation exercise. What happens to the problems mentioned but which are not resolved is not a matter that we're addressing here. We're merely addressing the board. That is for other people, as I've said. The accusations against me of conflict of interest are red herrings to divert attention from the real facts on the ground. They're not true. I advise that my colleagues should look for other excuses to disown the report. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true I disseminated the results of the reaffirmation exercise as an acting minister. And my letter of distribution of that addressed to the Minister for Local Government is here tabled. It is dated 12 November 2021, addressed to the Minister of Local Government on the report of reaffirmation of the border between Terego and Madiokolo districts. I hear it so table. I did not add, subtract, or in any way alter the report by that dissemination. Therefore, instead of condemning me, Honorable Joan Kokia and her team should commend me and praise me. There is nothing to hide. We need to help our people rather than trade accusations and hide our heads in the sand. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the statement. And the statement is as per Rule 55 of Rules of Procedure. We are expecting a report from the Minister. Honorable Minister of Local Government, can you help the Rego Tororo borders? It has become a fight in this house.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last week, the Right Honorable Prime Minister convened a meeting between the leaders of Terego and the leaders of Madiokolo, attended by the government chief whip, myself, and we agreed on the way forward. We are going to resolve this matter, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Can you report to this house on what you agreed?
We shall submit a report on what has been done.
And get what has been laid on table for you to report in regard to the allegations that we put in the house.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We shall do
Thank you. Next item.
Item 6, Bill second reading, the Market Bill 2021.
The Market Bill 2021 was tabled in this house for the first reading and was referred to the Committee of Local Government and Public Service. The committee considered the bill and the bill is now due for the second reading. Honorable Margaret.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Market Bill 2021 be read for the second time. But also allow me to add that, Right Honorable Speaker, that I have no contention with the report of the committee because the report was uploaded to the members' iPads last week. And I was also privileged to attend some of the meetings with the stakeholders.
Thank you so much. Is the bill seconded? I mean, is the motion seconded? Seconded by Government Chief Whip, by Minister of Lands, Minister of Local Government, Ethics, by William. Tinker, you have not stood up. By Aru, DP, yes, by the whole house, by Fadil, Javanis. Thank you so much. Could you just speak a little bit of about your bill?
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker. Policy and principles. The object of the bill is to reform the law relating to the establishment and control of the markets in Uganda and to provide for the establishment and management of public and private markets. Right Honorable Speaker, the current Markets Act of 1942, Cap 94, places the establishment of an administration, and Section 1 of the Markets Act, for example, prohibits any other person or authority other than the district administration, municipal council, and town council within the jurisdiction from establishing and maintaining the market. However, with the advent of the liberalized economy, buttressed with the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Ugandans are granted the right to practice their profession and carry out lawful occupation, trade, or business. I submit.
Thank you so much for the justification. Can I now call the chair just to give us a brief on the bill, on his report? Remember, the report was uploaded and it's on your iPads.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Market Bill 2021 was read for the first time on 7th December 2021. In accordance with the Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the Committee on Public Service and Local Government has examined the bill in detail, made inquiries, and in accordance to Rule 129, presents this report with observations and recommendations to this House. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to lay a copy of the report, copies of minutes of the meetings we held with the various stakeholders on this table. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Please lay.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, since we have the report uploaded, I'm going to read just executive summary, and the rest of the issues we shall handle them when we reach on committee stage. Introduction. The committee held consultative meetings, reviewed some literature, consulted the relevant laws, and received submissions from the following stakeholders: the move of the bill, Honorable Rabushaija Margaret; B, the Minister of Local Government; C, Kampala Capital City Authority; D, Uganda Markets and Allied Workers Union; E, private markets owners. 1.2, the policy and principles of the bill. Most markets in Uganda were established between the 1950s and early 1960s. Under the Market Act Cap 94 of 1942, over time, the capabilities of these markets have been overtaken by the increasing urban population growth and the tremendous increase in the number of market vendors in all urban markets. Defects in the existing law. The current Markets Act presents the following defects. A, the Act does not provide a clear definition of a market. B, the current Markets Act puts restriction on private individuals, companies, and associations from owning or establishing markets. The Act does not address the current needs of market development, management, and administration that have evolved over time. B, the Act does not cater for the significant impact of urbanization and population growth on the markets in the decades that followed independence. With the number of vendors increasing significantly, such a growth has placed increased pressure on internal systems of governance in markets. There is no provision for clear regulation for revenue collection and administration, and with no requirement for registration of vendors to ease revenue collection. F, the Act prohibits any other person or authority other than the district administration, a municipal council, and a town council within their jurisdictions from establishing and maintaining a market. General observations. The Market Bill 2021 has been prepared in consultation with the Minister of Local Government and Kampala Capital City Authority to provide for the following. A, definition of a market to take care of the various forms, types, and categories of markets. B, establishment and management of markets by local governments and private persons. C, licensing of private markets by local governments.
D, local government to register all markets within their areas of jurisdiction. E, local authorities and market operators to register all vendors. F, involvement of market vendors in the management of affairs of markets through establishing the market management committees for all markets to run the affairs of markets. G, empowering the minister responsible for local governments and KCCA to oversee the operations of markets and to make rules and regulations for the better carrying into effect the purposes of the Act. Key observations and recommendations. The committee made some key observations on the following clauses. A, clause interpretation, the definition of private market and vendor. B is clause 4, establishment of public markets. C is clause 6, establishment of the private markets. D is clause 8, conditions of grant of license. E is clause 9, grant of license. F is clause 11, suspension and the revocation of a license. D is clause 16, register of markets. H is clause 17, register of vendors. I, clause 20, composition of the committee. J is clause 25, meetings of the committee. K is clause 26, subcommittees. L is 27, designation of the departments in a market. M, clause 29, allocation of soap, pitch or stalls in a public market. N, new clause 30, abandonment of soap, stall, pitch allocated to a vendor. Or is new subclause, penalty for breach of conditions of a license. Lastly, new clause under 34, adulteration of market facilities. Madam Speaker, those details will be captured and amendments will be introduced. And honorable members, the committee recommends that the Market Bill 2021 be passed into law, subject to the proposed amendments. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the details of the report are captured in the report, in the bigger report, and it is uploaded, so you can read through and make your observations there.
Thank you so much, Chair. And this is not a controversial bill. And since both sides agreed, there is no point of contention in both sides. The Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank the committee and the private member who has brought this bill. And I'd like to state before you that as a ministry and as government, we have cooperated and supported the private member in this particular case. We're happy with what she has presented, and we're happy with the report of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the law of 1942 was no longer applicable to our markets. Did not take into account the constitutional changes, especially decentralization. We ourselves as a ministry had started on amending the law, but when the private member came up, we thought we should not compete. We thought we should support her. We have given her the necessary support and the necessary technical assistance. And the law did not permit private markets. Markets are there, but it was a problem for us to know how to regulate them because they were not allowed in the old law. There are several conflicts in markets, especially between the vendors and the local authorities and among the vendors themselves. And we found that it was necessary to provide a clear legal framework on relations of actors in the market. And it has been done in the bill. The law was also not providing for Kampala. It was about local government, and at that time the local governments were all under the Ministry of Local Government. But Kampala Capital City Authority has the powers to establish its own markets and to regulate them. So this has been provided for. and the penalties and fines. So I'm happy with the report of the committee. We discussed these matters at length. We are fully in support, and I've seen even the clauses where they are proposing amendments. We think they have done a good report. This report should be really passed and we move on. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Members, I put a question that the bill entitled Market Bill 2021 be read for the second time. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Market Bill 2021 Bills Committee stage. The Market Bill 2021, Clause 1.
Madam Speaker, Clause 1, the committee is introducing an amendment. Clause 1 is amended by A, substituting the interpretation of the words private market, which will read, substitute the phrase market, private market as provided in the bill is substituted to read as follows. Private market means a market established by any person other than the local authority and licensed in accordance with this act. B, substituting the interpretation of the word responsible minister. Substitute the phrase responsible minister as provided in the bill to read as follows. Local governments or minister responsible for Kampala Capital City Authority as the case may be. C, substituting the definition of the word vendor. Substitute the word vendor, the phrase vendor as provided in the bill is substituted to read as follows. Vendor means a person authorized to carry out business in the market. Insert interpretation for a new phrase immediately after interpretation of phrase market administrator. Market operator refers to a person who owns the market. Justification, this is for clarity, since all markets, whether public or private markets, are authorized by local authorities before operation. B, this new act, the Market Act 2021, shall be implemented by two different ministries. That is the minister responsible for local government and minister responsible for Kampala City as it is applicable. C, for clarity on who is a vendor.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with all except the very last one. The market operator. The committee is proposing the market operator refers to a person who owns the market. But the word a person can actually even refer to a local government because it is a legal entity. So my proposal is market operator refers to a private person who owns the market. These market operators are for the private markets. The others, those who are managing them are the local authorities. So I'm proposing inserting the word private between a and person. It refers to a private person who owns the market.
Chair.
Madam Speaker, Here, when we're looking at this, markets which are under local government, we are differentiated by the term public. And therefore here we are referring to private means a person. Here our wisdom was that what is government is what is public. So I also don't understand the way the minister is trying to bring it, but we can deliberate on that.
Yes. Speaker, in the definition, just in the bill itself, without even going outside the bill, how is the word person defined? Person includes a company or an association or body of persons, corporate or unincorporated. So it actually even covers the local government. But I wanted to be specific that market operator is actually the one operating a private market, to differentiate that from the public market. So it does no harm. For me, it's simply guarding ourselves and being very clear. Market operator refers to a private person who owns the market.
Margaret, you have something to say?
Minister.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity.
I stage.
Yeah, but Madam Speaker, for me, I just need clarification.
Yes.
Because currently we have, especially at local governments, most markets are tendered out to people that run them on the different market days. I wanted to know what the minister and chairperson exactly mean by an operator, because I thought that when you are talking of a person who operates, would refer to that person whom the tender has been given to. However, when you talk about the owner, would be either that private person or farm or district that owns the market, but operated by.
Jen, are you making an amendment in that clause?
No, I'm seeking clarification, Madam Chair.
That is what we should have done at when you allowed it. Okay, give a clarification.
Yeah, Honorable, I think she has a point. She needs to understand when we talk of operator, what do we mean? There are two types of ownership of a market. One is the one owned by the local authority. A district decides that in this particular place, we shall have a market. It is a district market. But now in the bill, what was not there before, a private person, I, Raphael Majezi, own my land. I can establish a market and I get it permitted by the local authority. It is my market. I'm a market operator in the sense that I own the market. It is on my land, but it is regulated under the law. That is the difference. So that's why I'm saying in this particular case, when we say market operator, we are actually talking about the one who owns the private market. So it must be a private person.
Chair, yes.
Madam Chair, I think when you read the law, the way it is being drafted, that is page 4, where it says private market operator means a person licenses to operate a private market under this act. I think I want to concede and agree with the minister. Maybe the only clarification I want to make to Honorable Jane is that this law is giving an opportunity for any individual to establish a market. That's why now here we're talking about private and public.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. Yes,
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. Yes,
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. Energy, so that I can be able to hear. Clause 3, I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Chair,
Madam Chair, clause 4, where the committee is introducing an amendment, amendment of clause 4, establishment of public markets. This is redrafted, so clause 4 of the bill is redrafted to read as follows. The conditions for licensing a private market prescribed under section 8 shall apply to public markets. The justification is that conditions for the market to be licensed remains same whether the market is private or public. I beg to move.
Minister,
I totally agree with the committee.
I put a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended, clause 4 forms part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Chair,
Madam Chair, clause 6, amendment of clause 6, establishment of private market. A, inserting a new paragraph in subclause 2, insert new paragraphs after paragraph B and do renumbering. Roman figure 1 is availability of land. Roman figure 2 is certificate of incorporation for a legal entity. Then B, here we're doing some bit of correction there, Madam Speaker. B is insert a new subclause immediately after subclause 6. In bracket there we put 6, but you change that 6 to 5. Subclause 5 to read as follows. That bracket number 7, you change it to number 6. Any applicant who is dissatisfied with the decision of the responsible minister may apply to court. Justification, there is a need for the applicant to file evidence of availability of land for purposes of facilitating the local authority to be sure that land is available, secured for purposes of constructing a market. B, where the applicant is a legal person, there is need of proof that that company is registered in Uganda. C, right to apply to the court seeking redress is the creature of stature, and an applicant should be given opportunity to seek court redress in case he or she is not satisfied with decision of the minister. I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister. Yes, Silas.
Madam Chair, I did get it right, whether we have prescribed the number of days. If somebody is going to ask the minister to intervene, within how many days? Because it's always very important that we put a cap.
The bill actually provides within 30 days. Yeah, it's there. And
You could look at all the clauses. You don't read clause by clause. It's provided for in another clause.
yeah, number 3. Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, we agree with the committee. If you really want to establish a private market, we need to know availability of land. Do you have the land? And then if you are, we also need to know that you are incorporated, you are a certificate of incorporation. And in case you are not justified, it's important that if the minister has given his ruling, but you are not satisfied, you should access court. That is the normal process of justice. So we agree with the committee.
I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and record.
Madam Chair, there is still under 6, where we're saying insertion of a new clause, gazettement of a markets. Insert a new clause immediately after clause 6 to read as follows. gazetting markets. The administrative authority shall, within 30 days of issuance of license, cause names or market license to be published in the National Gazette. The justification is that the public needs to be notified on an on existence of the market.
Chair, I thought that was a new clause under 7. Why don't we first pass 6, then we pass that under
Yeah,
7 as an
Madam Chair, I
insertion?
think it was an oversight when I saw that. I think it's okay.
Members, I put a question that clause 6 as amended. I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Yes.
The concern was about, when we talk about gazettement, for instance, if we're establishing a private market, the person who has asked for the market to be established doesn't have control over gazettement. Now we are giving. Should the authority fail to do that, what is the implication to the person, the applicant? I thought that would be a little technical. 30 days, you should have gazetted.
Now, Honorable Silo, the gazettement is the next clause we are going to. You're moving too faster than the chairperson.
Clause
Chair?
7.
Clause 7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clause 7, we are inserting a new clause. Insertion of a new clause, gazettement of markets. A new clause inserted immediately after clause 6 to read as follows: gazetting markets. The administrative authority shall, within 30 days of issuance of license, cause names of market licensed to be published in the National Gazette. The justification here is, Madam Chair, the public needs to be notified on the existence of the new market.
Minister.
Right Honorable, it's true, markets should be gazetted. It is true. You do not have a right to just establish a market anywhere. But there is a little bit of a challenge. When we talk of the National Gazette, I don't know how many Ugandans have seen that National Gazette. It looks a little bit far away from the ordinary person. What is happening today, because we do approve together with the Attorney General, the trade and rating of the businesses of local governments. My thinking is this should be sufficient. If the minister has we approve it in the rota or in the we call it is a book which they provide, which the minister together with the Minister of Attorney General, the Attorney General, do approve that these are the approved rates of businesses in this particular town. For me, that seems to be sufficing. But to say that we have to gazette all the markets, by the way, that includes even the private markets in the National Gazette. It is good in case there is litigation, but I don't know whether the current procedure we are using wouldn't suffice.
Chair, does a gazette cost you any harm?
The gazette does not cost any harm. And for me as government, this is okay. I would think that every market that is established and licensed should be gazetted. I was only.
It is just like you saying, once I'm voted as a member of parliament, the public knows I'm a member of parliament. You don't need to gazette me.
No, I agree with the committee.
Okay.
I think it's really very important. One, I want to observe that the point raised by the minister about the use of either the Gazette or our local newsprint is vital. Because first of all, the purpose of this is for information. If we choose to say Gazette within 30 days, doesn't it have any legal implication? For me, that is one very important question. If you say 30 days, now if they fail to do it within 30 days, so what? What will happen? Those are some of the very, very critical and technical questions.
Honorable colleague, the 30 days are for licensing. The minister is given up to 30 days to provide the license. But the Gazette is the official document of government. We do not use red paper and the next day the mono bukede, no. The official Gazette is there. And I think we should restrict ourselves to that.
Honorable Silo is about to ask a top to gazette him as a member of parliament. Honorable members, I put a question that a new clause be inserted immediately after clause 6 as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. I put a question that clause
Madam Chair.
8. Minister.
Clause 8, we are proposing some amendment there. Committee is proposing an amendment. Amendment of clause 8, conditions for grant of licenses. Insert a new paragraph in subclause 2 after paragraph C to read as follows. A, parking area for motor vehicles. Justification is that each market should earmark and secure a demarcated place for parking vehicles and motorcycles.
Mr. Chairman, clause 7. Clause 7.
Clause 7 we are not put. I put a question that the clause 7 forms part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
Clause 8.
Minister, you are already finished.
I think you're right, Honorable. Clause 8 says, if you are to establish a market, there are certain conditions you should meet. You should show that there is access to a market by persons with a disability. The ramp, it should be there. Baby care for nursing, which is okay. Separate toilets for men and women and persons with disability. Now the committee is proposing that we add parking area for motor vehicles. I fully agree with that, but I also wanted to think that that is not adequate. In the modern markets, we are also requiring that you have facility for firefighting. So if the chair doesn't mind, we could add that after his insertion.
Chair.
If Minister and the House deem it necessary that we insert also the firefighting facility, I think that one is also important. We also agree with the Minister.
Yes, Enos.
Madam Speaker, I also suggest that we add garbage collection point well gazetted as part of the requirements. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I think I also agree with him because most of these markets which have been constructed by government in in these municipalities, as we engaged with them, we had also put that as a condition, and that's what they're following. So any other market that is coming up could also fall under the same conditions. Thank you.
So, Minister, can you make the final amendment?
Madam Chair?
Including the firefighting and the garbage collection area. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I actually wanted to propose a further amendment to that particular clause. I wanted to propose the market should have dedicated clean source of water. We all know the importance of water as far as the hygiene and public facility places are concerned. Thank you.
You know, the minister is going to bring in an instrument on regulations. So what is the minister going to include in his SI? If we are going to bring all this, those are the things that the minister is supposed to bring. Yes.
I actually stand to support your position because when we decide to put it in the law and say that we need firefighting equipment, you are not able to prescribe which ones you want. So it will be very difficult to operationalize. So my opinion is that we agree with your position. The minister has the opportunity to produce the regulations, the guidelines will follow, and it will be easy to prescribe what you need in detail. Otherwise, we are going to micromanage this law and it will fail.
There's a procedure here.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Also, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, it's a clear procedure here that when we are on committee stage, if the reason as why the report is already submitted early is that any member who is proposing an amendment should prepare that amendment much early, submit it to the clerk, it is shared with members to avoid amendments propping up from each and every corner. So I propose members that in case you did not submit your proposed amendments to the clerk, please you allow us to do our work.
So on the issue of firefighting and garbage, that should be in the SI. I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9.
Honorable Chair. Amendment of clause 9, grant of license. Amendment in sub-clause 3, substitute for the words 21 appearing in line 2 of sub-clause 3 with a word 30. Justification, 21 days are too short period for the administrative authority to take a decision. The administrative authority should at least be given 4 weeks within which it make a decision and communicate to the applicant.
Minister.
Right Honorable, I agree with the committee.
I put a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say it to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
I put a question that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Chair.
Clause 11, the committee introduced amendment of clause 11, suspension and the revocation of allowances. Amend sub-clause 2 by substitute for the words 90, appearing in sub-clause 2, line 3, with a word 60. Justification, 90 days are too long period for the administrative authority to wait before taking a decision when there is a breach of the conditions upon which the market was licensed.
Minister.
Right Honorable, I fully agree 90 days is too long a period and we equally had proposed 60 days. I agree
I
with the
put a
committee.
question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11 as amended.
I put a question that clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Chair,
Clause 16, the committee is introducing amendment of clause 16, register of markets. Amend in subclause 2 by insert the word and the location immediately after the words market operated, appearing at the end of the provision. Justification for easy tracking and administration of a market.
Minister.
Right, Honorable, this is consequential. We had already agreed that approval of a market should also show its location. So I agree with the committee.
I put a question that clause 16 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16 as amended.
I put a question that clause 16 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 17, the committee introduced amendment of clause 17, register of vendors. Amendment in clause 3 by insert new paragraphs immediately after paragraph A to read and number accordingly. National identification, A is national identification number of the vendor, B is vendor location number, C is work permit for vendors who are non-Ugandan citizens. Justification to provide adequate information about the vendors in the register.
Minister.
Right, Honorable, I agree with the committee. Full identification of the vendors will help us to sort out conflicts in the markets.
I put a question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
I put a question that clause 17 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 as amended. I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor.
Clause 19.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, clause 19, committee introduced an amendment of clause 19, market management committee. A, clause 19 be amend in subclause 3 by inserting the words in accordance with the regulations prescribed by the responsible minister immediately after the word committee, appearing at the end of the provision. B, insert a new subclause to read as follows. 2, the responsible minister shall by statutory instrument prescribe allowances payable to members of the market management committee. Justification for easy administration of a market.
Minister.
Right, Honorable, I agree with the committee.
I put a question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19 as amended.
I put a question that clause 19 forms part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Clause 20.
Yeah, clause 20, Madam Chair, amendment of the committee is introducing amendment of clause 20, composition of the committee. Subclause 1 is amended by introducing a new paragraph and number accordingly. Insert a new paragraph immediately after paragraph D to read as follows. Secretary responsible for defense. Justification, security issues in the market are sensitive, thus require a specific person to be responsible in the committee.
Minister.
Right, Honorable, the position of Secretary for Defense in the market is very critical. It had been overlooked in the bill. We agree with the committee.
I put a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20 as amended.
I put a question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I put a question that clause 21 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Clause 20, clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I put a question that clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I put a question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, clause 25, committee is introducing amendment, amendment of clause 5, meeting of the committee. Amend in subclause 3 by substitute for the words 1 day. Appeal 3 within the word 7. Justification, a 1-day notice is not adequate and is too short period for a chairperson of management committee to communicate to members and members be able to attend the scheduled meeting.
Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think the committee had good intention, but the appropriate clause applicable is clause 2. The chairperson of the committee shall give 1 day's notice for the meeting of all members. But now the committee is proposing 7 days. I fully agree with that. But they had written under clause 3, and yet clause 3 as it stands is where the chairperson of the committee, for some certain reasons, may call a meeting giving less than the 7 days notice, where in his or her opinion, the matter arises in the market that requires urgent attention. So I think the appropriate clause there is clause 2. To amend from 1 day to 7 days.
Okay. I put a question that clause 25 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25 as amended.
I put a question that clause 25 forms part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 26, the committee is introducing amendment of clause 26, subcommittees. Amend in subclause 3 by A, subclause 26 in bracket 1 is amended by introduce 2 new paragraphs and renumbering accordingly as follows. Insert a new paragraph to read as follows: finance and welfare, any other subcommittee as the committee deems fit. Justification, to provide for the committee that will oversee the finances and welfare of vendors in the market.
Minister.
Right Honorable, the proposal of the committee is okay. We need somebody in charge of finance. But when you look at the bill as it is, there's a committee for public health, hygiene and sanitation, a committee for security, a committee for utility affairs, and then number D, a committee for social and economic welfare, and then finally dispute resolution. In order to avoid too many committees, subcommittees, I think it would be much better under D, call it finance, social and economic welfare, because it is already catering for the welfare and economic tends to move towards finance. Secondly, when we permit any other subcommittee, as the committee deems fit, we are opening up a Pandora's box. We are saying the subcommittees.
You had said finance and what?
Instead of adding another subcommittee for finance and welfare.
Yes.
Already number D is a subcommittee called social and economic welfare. So my proposal is let's call that committee finance, social and economic welfare. So as not to have too many committees.
Okay.
Secondly, to permit,
There's a suggestion from your colleague.
I don't know whether the minister could consider this. Generally, in the company law, what would cover that would be a general purpose committee.
Honorable Minister, are you listening?
I'm saying whether the minister could consider this. In company practice, which is similar to this, the best would be a general purpose committee. You can say welfare and general purpose committee. It takes care of more than just the social and economic that you are trying to put. I don't know, you could consider that a general purpose committee.
Honorable Minister.
I think
I think there would be an ambiguity
yeah,
if you say general purpose.
in administration, it's good to be
we need
clear.
to be specific.
There are already public health, there is security, there is utility. I think this one is about finance, social and the welfare of the members. Then, Right Honorable, the committee is proposing, after those committees we open the door now. Any other subcommittee as the committee deems fit. I think
Okay.
in a market, this is not good.
Okay.
We're doing with subcommittees under the main committee. We've given them public health, hygiene, sanitation, taking care of garbage, security, the utilities of the market, the finance, social, economic welfare, dispute resolution. I think let's not open it up too much. After all, the minister,
amendment is finance,
social and
social
economic
and
welfare. And we stop at that. We don't open it up to say any other committee.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be abused.
I put a question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26 as amended.
I put a question that clause 26 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Clause 27, Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 27 amendment where the committee is proposing amendment of clause 27, amending subsection 27(3) by A, substitute the word two department heads appearing immediately after the word elect in line 2 of sub clause 3 with the word the head of department and the deputy head of department. B, redraft sub clause 4. A person elected under section 3 shall serve a period of 2 years and may be eligible for re-election. Justification for clarity. B is 3 years is a long period in case the vendors are discontented with the leadership of their departmental heads.
Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I agree with the committee so long as under 27(3), where we're saying instead of saying two department heads, we say they may elect the head of department and the deputy. Because if you have two department heads, now who is in charge? Yeah, that's a clash. So the committee has a point. But my emphasis is we retain the clause that one of these should be a woman. It's already there. I want us to be sure that we are retaining that clause.
Any sanction of a woman?
I think for the case of whether it should be a female or what we said, one of them must be, one of the persons should be a female. I think we agree with the minister on that particular point.
Okay. I put a question that clause 27 be amended as proposed with amendment from the minister. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 27 as amended.
I put a question that clause 27 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 28, after we had introduced this amendment, but later on when we consulted, we realized it is redundant because this is provided for under 28 subsection 2. So we are dropping that.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I agree with the committee. It's already catered for.
Madam Chair.
I put a question that clause
Madam-
28 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, under clause 28, the market administrator, I was requesting that we emphasize on waste management. We put the responsibility of waste management under the administrator as part of his responsibilities. And possibly that when we get to 30, we emphasize that if the local authorities cannot take care of the waste, then this administrator can use the fees collected under section 32 to make sure that waste is disposed of effectively. Because we have a challenge of markets being dumping grounds for this waste, and the public or local authority is not taking care of that responsibility at times, and it becomes a nuisance to the environment.
Honorable Enos, we agreed. Remember, there is going to be an SI, statutory instrument. So all this will come out in the statutory instrument. You don't have to include everything in the law.
Madam Chair, sorry. I agree to the argument that there will be a stat. It's not emphasizing waste management. And yet waste management at these markets is one of the biggest challenges we have, even in our local authorities. You find that local councils have no trucks to pick this garbage. It becomes a heap, it becomes a nuisance, and we do not have a solution to it. So I believe this is the opportunity for us to use this bill to put in a clause that emphasizes waste management and certainly, of course, the environmental management around these markets. I submit.
Minister, what is your view? But remember, 28 has passed.
Right, Honorable. 28 on the market administrator says the administrator shall be responsible for overseeing day-to-day management of a market. And the day-to-day management of a market includes garbage and waste disposal. I think it would be simply going into the finer details. If the member prefers, we can bring in the regulation. So for me, it is there. Overseeing day-to-day management, liaising with the committee or the administrative authority on the affairs of the market. So if the garbage is not removed, then this administrator, whether it's for the private market or the public, liaises with the town clerk on how to manage this affair. So,
Enos, one thing we are doing is we are not completely deleting 28. We are maintaining 28 as it was. They've removed the amendment that was there. And of course, in the day-to-day management, it brings in those integrities of is the market clean, is that kind of thing. 29.
Madam Chair, in 29, the committee is introducing amendment of clause 29, allocation of soaps, pitch, or stall in a public market. Clause 29 is amended by A, insert a new subclause immediately after subclause 2, and the number according to read as follows. The allocation committee shall consist of A, accounting officer who shall be the chairperson, B, finance officer, C, revenue officer, D, production officer, E, commercial officer, F, 5 representatives of vendors, of whom there shall be chairperson of vendors association, a woman, elderly, youth, and a person with disability. B, insert 2 new sub clauses immediately after clause 3 and number accordingly to read as follows. A person who intends to carry out business from a market shall apply to the allocation committee using the form prescribed in the regulation. B, notwithstanding subsection 4, the already existing registered vendor in the market shall be allocated a soap or pitch, or shall as, I think there's something missing there, shall be treated as a priority. C, insert 2 new subclauses immediately after subclause 6 and number accordingly to read as follows. A, the person shall not hold more than 1 shop, pitch, or stall in a public market. B, the person who is a civil servant of a local authority shall not be allocated a shop, pitch, or stall in a public market within the jurisdiction of that local authority. Justification to provide for composition of allocation committee. B is to provide for expression of interest to operate in a market in writing. C, for equity and transparency in allocating working spaces in the market.
Minister.
Right, Honorable, this is very, very critical. And all the challenges we're having in markets is because of this particular matter. The bill had proposed that there shall be an allocation committee, a committee to allocate stalls to the vendors. But the bill had not proposed who is to constitute this committee. And at the moment, the administrators tend to put there their own people. So I'm glad that the committee has come out with the list of people, and these are really the people concerned with the market. So I agree with A. Number B is also okay. You need to fill a form and to make an application if you want to operate in the market. Under C, I had a little variation from the committee. The proposal is that we insert 2 clauses. A person shall not hold more than 1 shop, pitch, or stall. I agree with that. We do not want absentee landlords in the market. You should have 1 stall. And then B, the committee is proposing a person who is in civil service of the local authority. My proposal would have been a person who is in public service in that local authority. Civil service is only for the technical staff. But I think the experience we have with the markets is that the local councillor who is in the service of that local authority should not also be a vendor in a market where he or she supervises and monitors. It is clear conflict of interest. So for me, I would have put a person who is in public service of a local authority.
Members, I think public service tends to be wider than civil service. Yes. Yes, Silo.
Madam Chair, my feeling is that it is easier for a minister always to adjust regulations. But it's difficult for us to amend the law where there are challenges. So I felt all these requirements should have been left to the minister to handle. They are almost administrative in nature. But trying to prescribe them here will give us a big challenge. For instance, you are citing one issue, that nobody should hold more than 2 stalls. You go to most of these markets which have been constructed, for instance, you'll find that there's a big space there unoccupied. So what do you do in such a case? Yet there's somebody who has capacity to take more than what? 1. So I felt we should leave it with the minister, because the minister will have enough time to always agree with the people and adjust accordingly. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I would also want to find out if you have a councillor who has been elected and he has been a vendor in the market, what happens?
Right, Honorable, you are absolutely on point. This is a councillor who was a vendor before. That is okay. So there is a need of that clarification, except one who was a vendor before. But if you leave it like this, it even means that the mayor allocates himself for stalls. This is very dangerous. So I think we can, the people drafting need to bring that out as an exception.
So,
now.
how do you want it drafted?
A person who is in public service of a local authority shall not be allocated a shop, pitch, or stall in a public market within the jurisdiction of that local authority. Then put C, make an exception to that for the councillor who was there, who was a vendor.
You can still continue and say, unless you've been.
Unless the public officer was a vendor in that particular market before appointment. Then a little bit on what the member raised on floors up, which are empty. Honorable, this is what we are trying to cure. Why are those floors empty? Because the wonderful public officers take the juicy spots on the ground floor. And the others who do not have access to decision making, they are given up. So they end up going on the street. And that's what we're trying to cure, Honorable.
Madam Chair, I want
There's
to...
another clarification from another one.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see the minister referring a lot on the councillors. We must also agree that the councillors are not full-time workers at the district, and therefore we cannot restrict the economic survival. They must work. I think our restriction should be on the civil servants who allocate those stalls. I think we should leave out, even the chairman of the district can, so long as he follows this, the guidelines given and applies for one stall, we cannot sit here and deliberate to.
So we are maintaining civil.
Right, Honorable, just some little clarification. Even other categories of service, for example, teachers, you want to be a counselor, the law says you resign actually, if you are in the public school. Now, this particular clause is not about all markets. It's about allocation of shops, pitches, or stall in a public market. And my point is, yes, you can go and operate in a private market, you can set up your own, but to be a worker in the market which you are overseeing as a public officer, I think it becomes difficult.
You know, Solomon, we are trying to cure something in the name of corruption, where you will get an LOC 5, you will get a councillor allocating all the shops to himself. But we are saying, if you're from Kumi municipality, you can have a shop in Bukebead. It doesn't stop you from that. But there would be a conflict of interest if you did that in your own what? In your own area of jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, I want to agree with that. But
can I have a chair respond to that?
I just want to give,
Connie, I'll come to you.
I just want to give the House information. When we were trying to introduce this, we were trying to cure a problem. When these markets in municipalities were constructed, and when it came to allocation, you find that most of these market stalls in the lower areas are taken over by these technocrats. They then rent them to the would-be beneficiaries, particularly the market vendors. And yet, government is supposed to get money from this. Instead, they become landlord on government property. And then also too, the other challenge, the other issue raised here, when we were in Soroti, particularly when we were looking into that confusion of Soroti, they were accusing the current speaker. But the clarification was that when they were registering these vendors in 2010, when they were doing a survey and feasibility study, the speaker by that time was a market vendor. So that's, I think it was on that basis that we said, no, maybe we can leave the politicians outside. Yes.
To get a proper clarification from you. Number one, I want to let this house know that it may be unconstitutional for us to decide to buy off a person. If you bring the example of a councillor, somebody who is drawing money from a consolidated fund, resigning from here, that should be somebody who is getting money from government. But on a private matter, like trading, Madam Speaker, I feel we shall be bordering unconstitutionality.
So what do you want?
My issue is, please, transparency in the process of allocating the what? The spaces. But whoever gets the space should not be the issue, because you'll be curtailing the rights offered by Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda.
You know, the basis of this report is to cure that. You're failing to accept that there is a problem in allocation of these stalls to people, where those who know Silas will get more shops. Connie?
Just I want to give, Madam Chair, when we went to Hoima, in fact, the vendors thought we had come now to solve all their problems. All of them are renting from the district, I mean, the city officials. And these are public markets, all built by government. So actually, the introduction of this was in good faith, but we can deliberate on it and come up with a better solution.
Soroti, Mbale, Soroti.
Yeah, thank you, Right Chair. In fact, the current situation is like the chairperson has put it. It is the district leadership and the technical officers who have the stalls, they are subletting them. They're subletting them. And actually, now, if this is the situation right now, Honorable Minister, through you, Chair, there must be a new reallocation. And Honorable Chair, what I note is I get 20 and then give them out to all my children and other people. I don't know how we are going to cure this, but it's going to be very thorough. Honorable Chair, the minister has to get a very thorough team that has to be in that place, and let whoever is owning this shop be there with all their particulars. And then we go like that. Otherwise, people are suffering. The other parts which are up are empty, but these ones which are down, the owners are not there, but they are absentee landlords. I want to thank
Honorable
you.
Connie, and that is exactly what is happening. And that's why we are making this law. Can you make your amendment as it is? Let's not put personal feelings into a law.
Just a little information. The Member of Parliament Mbale, we've just built a new market, a good market, 20 billion plus for Mbale. About 2 months or 3 months ago, we found they were actually collecting 1 million shillings a month. What was the problem? Exactly, Honorable Silas, what we are trying to cure. The minute we put our guidelines down, we put our foot, you are a councillor in the city, you are a public officer, please get out. Today, that market is collecting 28 million. Really, and that assumption that councillors are not paid from the consolidated fund is not right. They actually get the money from the unconditional grants, which comes from the consolidated fund.
Can you give us your amendment on 29?
My amendment is a person who is in public service of a local authority shall not be allocated a shop, pitch, or store in a public market within the jurisdiction of that local authority. C, unless that person was a vendor before taking up the posting in that local authority.
Chair?
I think I agree. I agree with the minister, since we are trying to cure that. So if somebody was a vendor before, he became a councillor, I think that's not an issue. or maybe before you occupied any place of authority. I agree with him.
I put a question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the minister. The ayes have it.
Clause 29 as amended.
I put a question that clause 29 as amended sounds part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
Chair.
There's one more to add. That is insertion of a new clause after clause 29 to read as follows: abandonment of soap, stall, pitch allocated to a vendor. A person shall be deemed to have abandoned a soap, stall, or pitch allocated to him or her if A, he or she has not occupied it for 6 months from the date from the date of the soap, stall, or pitch was allocated to him or her. B, he or she is in default of paying market dues for 6 months. 2, subject to subsection 1, the allocation committee may allocate the soap, stall, or pitch to any other applicant. Justification: occupied or market dues paid in order to have other pending applicants know the status.
Minister.
Right Honorable, I'd like to make a little adjustment. You know, you are given a shop, either in the public or in the private market, and you've spent 6 months without occupying it. All you spend, you occupy it, and 6 months you are not paying anything. Really? Are you a serious person? So my proposal is let's reduce that to 3 months. Even 3 months seems long. We are talking of revenues. We're talking of the rights of other people to use this facility. I beg to reduce the period to 3 months.
Madam,
Honorable Silo.
Madam Chair, I agree with the chair. 6 months is quite adequate. You know, there have been issues like the COVID lockdown, for instance, which were not factoring into the what? Into the law. In the event of a lockdown, will you chase away anybody? So, yes. So I would love you to be careful when we're crafting this law. 6 months, but give exceptions. What about in the event that somebody is totally sick and they are not able to operate? Are you going to deny them because they fell sick for 6 months? So I think every law, a good law must have a window of exception. Thank you.
Honorable Casilo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I agree with the minister. You surely for 6 months, that would be quite a long time, because government also needs to get revenue. Local government needs to get revenue. I think you can have a win-win situation, and allow me to propose, Honorable Minister, that we adjust it to slightly to 4 months. To 4 months, I think that would be a fair deal and a win-win situation. Honorable Obikakani. Yeah, 4 months.
Right, Honorable, the condition by Honorable Silas is an exceptional, very rare condition. Really, we cannot legislate for COVID in this particular law. But I would agree, maybe 4 months. But colleagues, look at this. We are talking of even your own private market. You have allocated a shop to somebody and you are saying 4 months, the guy has not paid you.
That is just like the landlord tenants bill, where we agreed three months. We agreed 3 months on landlord tenancy, that if you don't pay rent for a period of 3 months, then you should be able to. Let me hear from a member here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam
There's
Chair.
another member there. And Faith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Samantha Abraham. In Soroti, given the sizes of the shops or lockups that have been allocated in Soroti, given the sizes of the lockups or shops that have been allocated to people, some of those lockups are not able to accommodate the volume of stock that maybe a business person may be having. And a person in a way opted to get another lockup where stock is actually stored, a bit of that stock is stored, but he or she is paying for that lockup. But that store is supporting the very business that that person is doing. What happens in that kind of situation?
Right, Honorable, I've been in Soroti Market. And the situation in Soroti Market is there are more vendors, more people wanting to do the trade than actually the stalls. We're trying to cure the problem of somebody taking up 2-3 stalls and he rents out one at exorbitant rates. Really help us to cure this problem.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Chair. The fears of my brother, I think the law is not talking about that the doors should be open all the time. Even when you are using one store maybe as a warehouse, still you open to get out items into the other operational. So we are talking about if there are 3 months, this store is not open, and there are people looking for stores. They don't have where to go, but this is not operational. Then really, actually 3 months is actually enough.
Actually, an abandonment of a store or a shop is where it's not in operation, you're not paying. We as government, we are losing out money. That is that. That's why we are saying, how much time do we give?
Madam Chair, I think this was a proposal from the committee. On behalf of the committee, I want to concede that we consider three months, so that we're in line with the tenants bill.
Yes. Move the amendment, Minister.
I beg to move an amendment under subclause 1. He or she has not occupied it for 3 months from the date the shop, stall, pitch was allocated to him or her. Then under B, he or she is in default of paying market dues for 3 months. I beg to move.
I put a question that the new clause be inserted immediately after clause 29 as proposed with amendment from the minister. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 30. New insertion as amended.
I put a question that the new clause as amended forms part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 30.
I put a question that clause 30 sounds
Madam
part
Chair.
of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay.
Madam Chair.
The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I had an issue on clause 30.
That didn't have an amendment.
The committee could have missed out something that I think as a house we can look at. I still have a problem with waste management, Madam Speaker. And clause 30 is talking about general cleanliness of these markets. When you look at clause 30, it talks about the person occupying the pitch.
Procedure,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Procedure issue. Okay.
Madam Chair.
But she has not ruled on that, so I can still continue. Madam, when you look at
Honorable, there's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the procedure for a matter that has been put to question is for recommittal. So I would want that procedure. It's not appropriate right for the member to discuss the matter which has been passed. So can he procedurally move that, that matter in a better procedural way as required by the rules?
Honorable, if you want a matter that has already passed to be reconsidered, then you go for a recommittal. However, this bill has been in the committee for over 45 days. You ought to have taken your amendments to the committee. Remember, you see, look at it, there is no amendment. So you are supposed to take your amendments to the committee and the amendments are made.
Clause 31.
31. I put a question that clause 31 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I put a question that clause 32 forms part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I put a question that clause 33 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
34, Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 34, the committee introduced the amendment of clause 34. Clause 34 is amended by substitute for the word one appearing immediately in line 4 towards the end of the clause with the word two. Justification: custodial punishment for breach of condition of lances should be heavy enough in order to deter a person from breach.
Minister.
Right, Honorable, I agree with the committee. When you look at the penalties provided in the subsequent section, 60 currency points, all 1 year. So since here we're talking of a heavier penalty, 120 currency points should also go with 2 years. I agree with the committee.
I put a question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 34 as amended.
I put a question that clause 34 makes part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause immediately after 34.
35.
We're inserting a new clause. Insert 2 new sub-clauses after clause 37 to read as follows.
After 34.
I think 34 is.
37.
Yeah, in fact, we're inserting a new clause.
We're in 34.
Clause 34.
We finished 35.
Clause 35.
I put a question that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I put a question that clause 36 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay.
Clause 37.
I put a question that clause 37 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
Yeah, Madam Chair, here there's insertion of as follows. A is the adulteration of market facility. The person shall not damage, deface, misuse, or interfere with any equipment, installation, fittings, or fixtures provided in the market without authority from the market master or market administrator. Two, a person who contravenes this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 24 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 6 months or both. Justification: to secure market property and installations. B, prohibited sale
A person shall not A, sell goods other than at a designated shop, pitch, and store. B, exhibit goods for sale on pathways or over any drain channel. A person who contravenes this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 24 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 6 months or both. Justification: to protect public property from being vandalized. B, to provide an orderly market for vendors and the customers to operate. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
Right, Honorable. I agree with this insertion. It is a good one to protect our market facilities. But I think the committee was a little bit shy on the penalties. Just look at this. A person who damages, defaces, interferes with equipment, installation, fittings in the market, and you give that one six months. We are constructing markets, putting in new public address systems, CCTV cameras, and even somewhere we're putting screens and so on. Now you come and demolish, damage such heavy equipment, and then we equate you to somebody who has put his clothes on a wrong space. I think the penalties for this particular case of damaging installations and facilities and equipment in the market was too low. My proposal is you should get a fine of 120, yes, 120 currency points, or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years. These 24 currency points, this is not 240,000. You really damage a CCTV camera in the public address system, you damage the stalls, and we charge you 200,000, really. So my proposal here, in terms of amendment, leave the rest as it is, but in terms of the fine, a fine not exceeding 120 currency points, or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years, or both.
Honorable Minister, but we have other laws in regard to penalties. Yes, Honorable Biga, what do you think?
Right, Honorable Chair, I don't have any immediate answer to what you are raising, but my question was whether you can damage, deface with an authority. Because I think it's a question of phrasing. Some say persons are not damaged, deface, or misuse without authority of the market. If it is a damage, if it is defacing, if it is a misuse, then it is that. You cannot go to the market authority and say, I want to damage this, I want to deface this, misuse this. That is the issue I wanted. But it is a question of drafting, such that it is redrafted to say that, and that's why you're going to raise a penalty. But I also entirely agree with you. Reference could be made to the fines in other laws related to this. There is so that we have a consistency of the kind of fines which flow throughout our laws. But I don't have an immediate one in my mind. Thank you.
And I think it will also depend on the gravity of the offense. The gravity of the offense, you can't generalize it and say it shall be this. Let's look at the gravity of the offense, which is provided for in other laws. Yes, sir. Yes.
I wanted to put my submission in this manner. I want to submit that a person who damages an installation in the market should first be subjected to replacement of that damage.
That will come in the instrument.
Madam Chair, mine is in brief and short. My feeling is that we move to delete those particular two provisions. because we shall be trying to contravene what is already provided for in other laws. The penal code is there, other laws are there. We might even prescribe here a lesser sentence than what is already provided in the law. So I do not see, if somebody goes to damage, there's already a law. There's already a law. You go and do this, there's already a law in contravention. So I feel the regulations that
We can't just delete the penalty. I mean, people will now do everything that they want to do, and they will think there is nothing that you can do. You need a penalty. But what we are saying, the penalty that we are going to suggest here should be consistent with the other laws. Yes.
Madam Chair, I think you have just clarified. I don't have to clarify, but when we brought this, we are also looking at other circumstances where specific penalties are brought, particularly electoral laws. Much as we have other offenses in the penal code and others, but you will also realize that in the electoral laws, there are also offenses prescribed there and also punishment. So it was on that note that we introduced that. But however, I want to agree with the minister. When we moved into these markets, we realized that a number of facilities were put there, including public address system, cameras to monitor the whole market. So if somebody comes and destroys such a thing, then we are talking about 6 months. I think that will be being a joker. So I agree that we moved 120 current points or 2 years of imprisonment. So I agree with the minister. I want to concede on that.
Minister, move the amendment.
Right Honorable, I beg to move under part 1 of that insertion in line with the Honorable Kanya's proposal, which I totally agree with. A person shall not damage, deface, misuse, or interfere with any equipment, installation, fittings, or fixtures provided in the market, full stop. Number 2, a person who contravenes this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 120 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years or both. I beg to move.
Thank you. I put a question that the 2 new clauses be inserted immediately after clause 37 as proposed with amendment from the minister. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. I put a question that the assertions form part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39, 38.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I put a question that clause 39 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 42. Clause 41. Clause 42.
I put a question that clause 42 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I put a question that clause 43 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
The schedule.
The ayes have it.
The schedule.
I put a question that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Madam Chair.
Milton, anything?
Yes, Madam Chair, though maybe the government chief whip has cautioned us to introduce the risk of introducing new clauses.
We guided the house. We are now, why don't we resume the house first?
Right, Honorable, there is an issue to do with validation.
Pardon?
My concern, validation. Well aware that we have a countrywide challenge of having vendors that are non-existent. So I thought we would put a clause of saying having a validation exercise of 3 months after. I thought we would introduce it somewhere.
Honorable Milton Moma of Kigulu, a very senior member of this house. And with the due respect as a vice chairperson of the committee. I'm happy you have said something. You know, I've not heard your voice.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Margaret. Honorable Margaret.
Chair, I beg to move that the House to resume and the Committee of the whole House do report thereto.
Honorable members, I put a question that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Margaret, Bill.
Report from the Committee of the whole House.
Oh.
Honorable members, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Markets Bill 2021 and has amended clauses 1, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 16, and 17, 19, 20, 25, 26, 29, and 34. And the new clauses after clause 6, after clause 29, and after clause 37. I beg to move.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the whole House.
I now put a question, motion.
I pray that the report be adopted. I beg to move.
Put a motion.
Sorry. I
Put a
beg to
motion.
move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Beg to move.
It's a report of the whole House.
Sorry, and that the bill should be read for the 3rd time. Thank you.
First move a motion that the report be adopted.
Chair, beg your pardon, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the committee of the whole House. I beg to move.
I now put a question that the report of the committee of the whole house be adopted. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it, including Honorable Khan.
Bill third reading.
Honorable
Bill third
Margaret.
reading.
I beg to move that the bill entitled the Markets Bill 2021 be read the third time and do pass it into law.
And do pass.
And do pass.
I now put a question that the bill entitled the Market Bill 2021 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Market Act 2021.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I stand to thank most sincerely you, Right Honorable Speaker, for taking us through this very important. The mover, Honorable Margaret Wabshija, for a good job well done. And I want to thank the committee for the time you have spent scrutinizing the bill and the report you have prepared and presented to Parliament. This is a very important bill for us in local government. Many of you have been complaining of challenges in our markets, conflicts and fights and confusion in terms of management, but you can bear with us. We are using a law of 1942. So this is a landmark in terms of the achievements of the 11th Parliament. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I want to take this chance to thank you. I think this is an achievement for the whole Parliament under your leadership. I also want to take this chance to thank all my committee members. I have a committed committee team, so I want to thank all of them for the commitment they showed when we are processing this bill. I also want to take this chance to congratulate Honorable Margaret for initiating this bill as a private member. I think, as the minister said, the colonial law we had was it was a cake law already. It did not meet the needs of the present population. So I want to thank everyone and also honor members for having passed this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Private Member.
Right Honorable. And thank you so much for the work well done. I also thank the seconders, Honorable Agnes Kunihira, Honorable Charles Bakabulinde, and Honorable Arum Santa. I thank in a special way the Minister of Local Government, Honorable Raphael Majezi, the Committee of Local Government, members of Parliament in the last Parliament and this 11th Parliament, the Department of Legislative and Procedural Services. I thank the Executive Director, Lord Mayor, and their respective staff of KCCA, the Trade Union Fraternity, and the strategic partners, that's the WOPA, Action Aid, and the others. Finally, and above all, I thank the Lord who has made it possible for me in particular and for all of us members of Parliament, because this is an achievement for all of us that we have been able to prepare a law of 80 years for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Honorable Margaret and team. I want to thank the committee and its members, the Minister of Local Government. Thank you so much. With all the stakeholders who have been involved. And most especially, I want to thank the government chief whip on this side with your members And on the other side, I want to also thank the members the other side. Thank you so much for acting. Honorable members, it is not easy to process a private member's bill, yet it is our constitutional right. And much as it is our constitutional right, Government Chief Whip, we want to ask you to support members in processing the private members' bills. Don't limit these bills to only government. This bill, for instance, this one, the market bill, will go a long way to help us manage our markets for the benefits of our people. It will reduce corruption in the market. It will increase on the money that goes to the consolidated account, and it will help in the operation. As we move towards the middle income, reducing the level of poverty, management of these markets are very crucial, and they will help us in making sure that we support our locals in doing all this. Once more, Margaret, thank you so much. And I know there are a number of members who have private member bills. Please bring them and stop denying people certificates of financial implication. These people are doing it in good faith because government is not bringing them. Please support your members of parliament, Government Chief Whip. I request of this. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we've not on our side as government denied any member the certificate. I think members only need to consult more in terms of our offices here, so that they don't bring bills which have a charge on the consolidated fund. The moment a member tables a bill that has a charge on the consolidated fund, it becomes difficult. So I would like to implore members to use our offices here. Right Honorable, you provide us with a lot of resource in terms of legislative drafting and all that, so that the bills we bring, we table before Parliament, Parliament and therefore government do not have such issue. I take.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to seek clarification from the Government Chief Whip whether there is any bill he can cite that will be on this floor that will have no charge on consolidated fund. Because every bill that comes, implication I thought was to resolve that and build the cost in the budget. So what do you mean by saying members should not bring bills that has financial implication?
Of course, Article 93 of the Constitution is very clear. And based on the Article 93, what he's saying, we need to work in consultation with this office. However, even if it has an effect on the consolidated fund, you cannot have a bill without any financial implication. Zero financial implication. Now you're talking about fire extinguishers in this one. How are you going to acquire fire extinguishers? Are they going to come from heaven?
Right Honorable Speaker, that's why I have said it's very important for members to utilize the resources we have here. But also, if there are members who have bills and they've not received certificates of financial implication, please get in touch with my office so that we have this resolved.
Thank you for that assurance. And this helps you in your work. Our Government Chief Whip, it helps you in your work. For us, we are here to support government, not to fight government. So whatever we bring, it is in good faith. So I want to thank you, members, so much, so much. I adjourn the House to Thursday, tomorrow being a public holiday, to Thursday at 2.
Some people want to support the night economy. Where is the party?